school is a place for fools. It's hot in hell, but the devil's cool. Don't keep Satan waiting. Don't keep Satan waiting. So don't just sit there, join the club. Sell your soul to Beelzebub.
Hey, everybody. It is I, Count Jackula, your favorite satanic streamer, here once again for another satanic stream. So let the sin begin. I see Mousedon is with us. How you doing, man? I hope you're doing well. Oh, boy. What a time it's been. It is, stuff and things. Crap like that. Oh, man. Hope things are good. Looks a little quiet in that there. Chrome Bison is also with us. Excellent. How you doing, man? Hoping all is well. Man, Victor Necker funk. Get the necro funk out. Here, I'm drawing in sweat. Okay? All right, then. Hoping everything's going okay. Man. What? Drowning in sweat, I think is what you believe to be saying. You're drowning in sweat. Fun. Oh, man. I was watching this, I'm watching another documentary all about freaking Scientology. Kind of interesting, kind of stuff I already knew, but went a little more about Hubbard himself, especially in the beginning. And what a fucking liar he was. And that he was crazy. Fucking L. Ron Hubbard was nuts. Like psychotic nuts. One of those guys that beat his wife on the reg. And you're just like, whoa. Okay. I shouldn't have been too surprised, but for some reason I was. If a guy's a megalomaniac, he's probably going to beat people, close to him. And, yeah, he did. He did. We got it. We got it in writing. His wife talked all about it, And I don't even, and a massive plagiarist, the guy was an asshole. The guy was a complete asshole. Like, I didn't realize how much I knew. Like, you kind of know a guy like that's got to be a fucking asshole. But then you're like, but you don't, think about it. And then someone comes up to you with all the asshole shit they did. And you're like, oh. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. I just hadn't thought about it, Well, tax evader is like the least of his sins. Yeah, he was a twat. Hey, Rachel, how you doing? Hey, Kat. Hey, Kira. Hey, Stacy. Yeah, he lied about his military service, too. Like, he was in the military. He was in the Navy, but, that's about it. Like, any of his commendations, any of his shit, he was drummed out for being a fucking idiot. Let's see. The irony said his followers would claim that anyone who talks against the church Scientology, I think he means COS, are themselves white beaters. Yep. And it's one of those man, I should have fucking thought of that, but I didn't. But, dude, that's just dude. that guy's a piece of shit. And then there's this Neil Gaiman thing that's going on. I don't know what to think about. There are two people right now accusing Neil Gaiman of like sexual misconduct. But the sources are sketch. Like, the sources are real sketch. Like, the fucking news outlet that fucking first reported on it that everyone else is referencing is like a turf site. It's like I mean? And it's real weird because, like, some of this, like, Breitbart, it was even like British Jewish author accused of, and I'm like, yeah, you just had to bring up the Jewish thing, didn't you? Like, none of us cared about that, you know? So I'm like, yeah, I don't know what to think about the gaming thing because I'm like, because like I inherently don't trust the major source, which doesn't mean it didn't happen, but like, I'm gonna need a little extra proof at that point, And then there was this guy. I got real confused because apparently this guy Wade Wilson was fucking sentenced today, and I was like, Deadpool? What? But it turns out there was like another killer there was an actual killer in Florida named Wade Wilson. So I'm like Johnny Depp, I'm reserving judgment until like some other shit happens. Although I doubt that it'll get as messy as Johnny Depp. Like, it will either fucking come out the Neil Gaiman thing more evidence will either come out very quickly or nothing. Yeah, or nothing more will be heard, And as popular as I think Neil Gaiman is, I don't think he can't pay to have anyone shut up, if you know what I mean. Like, he doesn't got like that kind of money. He doesn't have silence people kinds of money, Oh yeah, no, I agree, Malcedon. Like, that's exactly what Breitbart did. They're now that the first debate happened and everyone's talking about how poorly Biden performed, like, they're going all in. They're just boom. The right is just trying to like demolish everything they can. Anything and everything. And if it works, I'm just going to be sitting here like, well, okay. I guess, I'll just be here waiting for the other shoe to drop, Yeah. The Wade Wilson in Florida was like a guy who just randomly murdered chicks, and he's got like all kinds of face tattoos and shit, and I think he's even got like a Nazi symbol on his face. So I was just like, what the fuck? What the fuck? Yeah. On the Neil Gaiman thing, if the only sources to go by is a bunch of turfs, I'm going to be a skeptic until shown otherwise. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, I need extra proof at that point, let me put it this way: if like Amanda Palmer had said it, I'd have believed her instantly. I would have just believed her instantly. There wouldn't have been a question. But like, yeah, but like the evidence is not what it could be. It's not like it's not like Cosby or Weinstein where it was literally Me Too. Like where you're just like, oh, 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 Jesus, okay. So who knows? So who knows? And it's also getting to the point where like TikTok ran with it, but like I don't trust TikTok. I don't think that the people at TikTok are like lying, but they also don't actually have any information. They're kind of just running with it. Not surprising because TikTok got a lot of call out culture going. So something like that is in the air, they're gonna jump on it. So I'm not too terribly surprised. Yeah, the whole thing was very out of the blue. It was very odd. But then again, in a weird way, TikTok seems to like China Mayville, who is a as an author I don't like his writing, and I also don't like. He's also actually like convicted of sexual assault. you know, like he went to court about it already. Yeah, TikTok looks for witches a lot. Now, granted, they often find a lot, but man, it's not as bad as Tumblr, but it's pretty bad. Like Tumblr would make witches, which was weird. The majority of where I'm at on Tumblr doesn't seem to be going that hard with it. I haven't seen them accuse somebody of something that they didn't have some kind of something over. Oh, David Tennant calling out British turfs like JK. I'm not surprised. Like, I'm not surprised at all because, like, when you get down to like JK Rowling, no, she's a cunt. Like, come on. Well, As someone who's been using Tumblr for years now, yeah, you're right. Oh, yeah. I don't like being right about things like that, but I try to call it like I see it. You know, especially these days, where like our our political discussion has more slander in it than I've seen in a very. I don't think I've ever seen this level of slander. You know, like they're just making shit up. You know, you got Marjorie Taylor Greene and fucking Bobert and Getz out there like fucking wrecking the curve for everybody. Man, I can't believe we're looking at another fucking. I can't believe we might get another Trump term. And now it turns out the majority of the media is backing Trump. And I'm just like, all right. Who knows, man? Who knows? I gotta say, though, something better fucking happen. Something better fucking happen. Otherwise, not looking too good. Oof. Because the problem isn't whether or not Biden will win the popular election. That I believe will happen. But we got that electoral college. That ain't good. That ain't good. It pretty much has to be it almost needs to be a landslide. And that's no good. That is no good. Oh well. Been working on Babylon as usual. Got some art in, looks pretty good. Things are coming together. Let's let me show you some stuff. Show you some things. Da, 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 da. This is for instance, this is one of the adversaries done by Shadow Mist, one of the overseers. Hey, happy birthday, Just Fall. And this is another drawing done by Jesse Sharon. Yep, Babylon sneak peeks. So yeah, like pretty pleased with that. Oh, but man, my brain has kind of been all over the place. Did another thing that was kind of cool. But it was kind of funny too. Like I went to an underground rave on Saturday. Me and the Countess, we got all ready, went out, you know, did everything we need to do. We got there, and about 2 hours into it, it got shut down. I was like, I thought we were going all night. The hell, it's not even 2 o'clock in the morning. But, that's what happens. Sometimes that happens. Oh, man. So we just came home and finished the night. Why? Why? You know, got me thinking, though, I need to probably work out a little bit. What was my rave after? Yeah, I don't know if it was narcs or what, man. Like, something happened because it was sudden. It wasn't like, it, but yeah. It ended real fast. And it was like, what? Like, what's going on? Was there a noise complaint? Did the cops show up? Did a circuit blow? Did a mixing board die? Like, what happened? It was just like over. And then they turned the lights on, and it was like, well, I guess, I guess it is over. Like, it was so sudden, we thought they were joking at first. Like, if we had at least gotten to 3 o'clock, it'd have been like, yeah, okay, like that was good. Shit happens. But it was like 1 o'clock, 1:30.
Grandma, what was it like to be on the holiday side?
Thank you, Yisha5, for the donation. Yeah, I didn't even bring on the blood sprinklers. Like, come on, bastards. Yeah, you got it, Flashman. You got it. Oh, man. Like, so that was weird, you know? Yeah, that's early by rave terms. I mean, like it's one of those I keep trying to go in my mind. I'm like, well, should we have gotten there earlier? Because it started at like 10, and we got there at like midnight. But I'm like, no, even if it was regular club rules, it'd have gone till 2:30, right? Like it'd have gone till 2, right? At least. Hey, spooky artist Jay the Art Man, how you doing? Does Satanism use the bite method? Depends what if that stands for anything. Start playing Peppa Pig. I don't know. I don't know. I don't think that was this one because It's Peppa Pig. I don't think. I don't think that was. I don't think they played that. Nope.
I'm Peppa Pig. This is my little brother George.
Nope. They definitely didn't play that. Behavioral information, thought, emotion control. That sounds like. That sounds like some neurolinguistic programming shit. Oh, yeah. 4 components of mind control. Not really. I mean, I'm sure you could find a coven that does that, like they're, people are all over the place, but I don't think so. I haven't run into that. Or then again, it might be hard for me to know because I just sort of breeze in, breeze out. Owen Morgan channel. What's our Owen Morgan channel? Let's see. Owen Morgan Telltale. Examining cults and oppressive religions. Oh, okay. No, not really. I haven't really. There really isn't much of a need for that, Like Satanism is kind of niche, and everyone knows that if you want to like really influence people on that level, you worship Jesus. You go with Jesus. That's what you do. Like Satanism's not really a good. It's not really good for that. If the when the first order of business is basically think for yourself, like you've kind of already short circuited that. Like it doesn't tend to happen. Like it's one of those things where if you want to leave Satanism, you just kind of do. Like Satanism also doesn't really have heretics. It doesn't really have apostasy. Like I haven't run, like neither of the major branches of Satanism have anything close to apostasy. Like the OTO has more apostasy than Satanism does. Oh, you're watching the doc about the Satanic Temple? Oh, did you see? Was that the one Sadie Satanis is in? I like her. I'm sure there are people who are Satanists who do that kind of thing, but like it's not really a what do you call it? It's not really part of the institutional behavior. Because like the head of the organization is not really seen as a supreme leader. It's why there are so many splinter groups. Wait, Hail Satan is now on Disney Plus? Are you fucking shitting me? Yes, it was Hail Satan? Yeah. Yeah. Do 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 do.
One of the reasons that I wanted to make this film was that I personally related a lot to the Satanists and their mission. Not because I'm a Satanist or because I'm particularly engaged in like a church-state battle of my own, more that I feel a kinship with people who choose to do the difficult work of being heretics. You know, society needs skeptics and it needs outsiders to stand up for themselves and to like fight against the dominant ideas. We need that. That's really healthy to have that. And so I really appreciated the role that they were taking on in this particular cultural context. And I related to it personally because I feel a kinship to the kind of person who kind of doesn't mind if their point of view upsets you. Like it's like not a problem for me if my point of view upsets somebody. But it is a difficult thing to do. It does generate a lot of hate and animosity.
How do those themes around Satan and Satanism resonate right now?
For me, it seems kind of obvious that there's been a complete reversal in the roles of who's ostensibly the good guys and who are the bad guys. Right now, we have evangelical nationalists pushing a theocratic agenda in the United States and making great headway to
what I call Lovecraftian
people's
pagan,
reproductive rights,
deluded.
endorse corporal punishment in schools, spread pseudoscience or otherwise reject a scientific point of view in really undermining liberal
the Lovecraftian mythos is pure fiction. The Necronomicon is pure fiction. You know, there is no Necronomicon other than that which has been written as a result of Lovecraft. You know, it's not really a thing. It hasn't actually reached that true mythic quality yet. You know, will it in the future? I don't know, but I don't think it will in my lifetime.
democracy. So at this point, there seems to be an apparent intuitive grasp of what Satan can mean in a heroic context. And I think you see that vindicated in the film when you see how quickly we've grown and how much that kind of iconography has resonated with people. They instantly seem to grasp it. Some people don't, of course, and object to it outright. But
yeah, you know, I don't know Lucian's actual first name any more than and Anton LaVey was his first name.
we have seen that, you know, it speaks to people in ways that we could have never predicted from the start.
The main challenge in figuring out how to structure the story of the film is simply that the Satanic Temple is doing so much. You know, a lot of their activities that were really important and interesting didn't make it into the film.
Yeah, the kind of the difference between Satanism and like anything Lovecraftian is Satan is a mythic figure, and B, there have been, for lack of a better way of putting it, there have been cults dedicated to him for centuries. you know, none of them really last to this day, but they existed.
95 minutes is not that long, especially because we wanted to make sure we covered the beginning. Like, we wanted this to feel like this is the origin story of the Satanic Temple. And we wanted to leave it feeling very much like this is not the end of the story. So it was difficult to leave a lot of the really amazing work they do out. And it was also a little bit difficult to predict what was
Oh, I believe there actually is a Lovecraft convention called Necronomicon.
going to happen. I mean, there was just a lot of activity, and we were chasing, different chapters around the country doing really exciting things in their local communities and, national campaigns, and there was just a lot to sort of navigate. But, we just tried to keep true to like what would be like the best starting point for an average audience member, and then with that in mind, how can we make sure we're not doing a disservice to the more informed Satanist who watches the film? And I don't want them to feel like their intelligence is being insulted. So finding the balance, with the uninitiated, and then also wanting to be sure that Satanists would like it too, was, I think, pretty hard. I think we did a good job, but it was difficult.
Since the start of the Trump administration, there's been even more pushback against what you do.
Yeah, but there's been also that kind of concurrent understanding of a need for the kind of activities that the Satanic Temple are doing. Within hours of Trump being declared president, our membership numbers really spiked. And if we looked at the metrics for our website and other kind of web activity, it was like a straight line upward on election night, because people realized that this was, if they viewed it as a joke before, it wasn't a joke anymore, and that the rise of theocracy was very real.
Yeah, a lot of people don't understand like just how big of a part the evangelical rights vote played in the election of Donald Trump. And we leave this out of the film because, frankly, we didn't want to look at his face. But, it's sort of in the world around us, right? Like, as much as like Donald Trump himself is like certainly not a believer in anything, the evangelical right really did a lot of work to elect him. And so, and he's repaid them in various ways. And so I feel like the work the Satanic Temple is doing is particularly resonant now. I also think that we're in such dark political times that people who maybe typically wouldn't care what the Satanists have to say might be a little more open-minded in their desperation for answers.
But the theocratic right has been emboldened by the election of Donald Trump. And as soon as he was elected, you could see these kinds of bills against abortion being pushed to be passed in states like Texas and Ohio against, fetal heartbeat bans as soon as the fetus starts a heartbeat. They were saying that's about 6 weeks. Sometimes women don't even know they're pregnant at that point, trying to ban abortions outright, and pushing other kind of theocratic agendas nationwide. And there's a very centralized, well-organized, well-financed force trying to undermine the very spirit of the United States Constitution and give exclusive privilege to one religious viewpoint. And we're really a grassroots movement without any of that financing and without any of that networking yet. And we're making great strides just because the law really is on our side, at least for now.
Do you see anything satanic about Trump?
No, we're not mindless agents of chaos. And when you look at Trump, he is absolutely mindless. That man is about as stupid as they could possibly get. He's not qualified to work a stock boy job at a grocery store. He's completely unaware of his failings, right? So there's no drive for knowledge there, and there's no real appeal to scientific fact upon which he bases his beliefs, which is something we strive to do every day. And it's not that we're just looking for disorder or chaos and to undermine Western civilization. In fact, we're trying to really endorse for Enlightenment values, bringing reason and respect for science into bettering the human condition. And that has nothing to do with Trump's agenda.
Planning any big, stunts or set of like ironic events or anything going forward that, we may hear about before long?
Well, we're actually researching now the possibility of opening up a protected reproductive rights clinic. And we're searching different states in which we could do that. And we want to move into lobbying and model legislation and openly do that in the name of satanic lobby. And I think a lot of people will think up front that there's no way we can make any headway, but people thought that when we started doing anything we were doing. And I think we're just going to keep pressing forward and not taking into account, as we always have, not the way people respond when they hear Satanist. I mean, we're just going to show them who we are by what we do, and they can accept it or reject it.
Yep, Lucian Greaves. Oh man, see, my favorite thing about conspiracy theories is that there's a conceit of being covert is extremely difficult, that any person could come across these secrets. Well, the problem with conspiracy theories is that they are propped up so that the person who is spouting the theory gets to feel special, like they have special knowledge that no one else has, because that's what they're really after. Like they're really after the accolades. The accolades of having figured something out. But the problem is that most conspiracies are not that complicated. People can be complicated. People in conspiracies can be complicated, and they can get into complicated things, and they can be in multiple conspiracies at once. That's where it gets really weird. But any given conspiratorial act is actually quite simple. Cover up an event. Promote one thing over others. Take somebody down. Very simple. But if you really want to understand, like, conspiracies, like a real one that we know exists, Anonymous. Anonymous is a conspiracy. That's a conspiracy group. They're not necessarily conspiracy believers, although I'm sure some of them are. They are a conspiracy. A group of people no one knows doing these activities. Most political groups are conspiracies, in the academic sense. The thing that generally keeps a political group from being a conspiracy just outright is that there's usually no secrecy involved. Conspiracy usually involves secrecy, and Anonymous got that in spades. Like, they are a conspiracy. But conspiracy theories tend to be bullshit. They tend to notice that something is off. This is where they tend to get things right. Like, something is odd, something doesn't quite add up. But then they go in the most ridiculous circles. Flat Earth is an interesting one because that's complete bullshit. Usually there is a thing to actually hang a conspiracy on. The JFK assassination, great example. Why the JFK assassination and not the Martin Luther King assassination? That kind of answers itself. Like, in Martin Luther King's assassination, like, I don't even think they found a guy. They didn't even have a guy to pin it on. They didn't even try. Yeah. Anonymous is a bunch of hackers. But it's also a conspiracy because they work secretly. They are the definition of a conspiracy. Well, the Ronald Reagan the Ronald Reagan assassination attempt, like, clearly that was a lone gunman situation. Like, clearly that was a lone gunman situation. But, like, there were conspiracy theories about it because, like, president was almost assassinated. Up until Project 2025 got released, that was a conspiracy. Yeah. If you accept the simple explanation, they're like, oh, you're a sheep. Oh, you believe what anyone tells you. And it's sort of like, well, look, guy, as long as it makes sense, it's probably true. Not always, sure. For example, here's another conspiracy that was real. MK Ultra. Like, that was real. That was a real thing. Iran-Contra was a conspiracy. Yeah. 9/11 was a conspiracy, I doubt it involved our government, but it was a conspiracy by Al-Qaeda, I mean, just think of 9/11 this way. The American government is going to shut down, potentially destroy Wall Street in an attempt to get us involved in a war over money and oil. Wrong. That's beyond stupid. That would be beyond stupid. Like, that's so stupid. I doubt you have the intellect to pull the conspiracy off if you think that that's a good idea. Yeah, birds or drones. That turned out to be a complete hoax. Like, the guy who started that was a complete prank. Hasn't there been a bunch of controversies regarding how Lucius treated people in his branch of the Satanic Temple? Oh, maybe. It kind of, how to put it, I'm sure he treats some people badly. Like, I have no doubt of that. But I don't know too much. Like, there was one where there was this huge argument about whether or not someone else could make claims on behalf of the Satanic Temple as an organization. Like, I know that was an issue at one point. There was a there was an organization associated with Satanic Temple in, I think, Seattle, that got into a fight with Lucian Greaves over whether or not they had the right to claim the Satanic Temple's, like, involvement in things. It was really odd. It felt like It was definitely internal church politics. I don't know how much more there was beyond that. You know, that was an issue. Yeah, as far as a lot of other conspiracy theories, I think that a lot of them are very fun, you know, but I don't know, man. I think a lot of them is some of it is giving the government way too much credit. You know, like the octopus conspiracy. I'm like, no, that was real. Like that's real. It's messy and it's mainly about greed. It's messy and it's mainly about greed and the United States wanting to spy on other governments. Well, yeah. You know, like the US government wants to spy on other people and people are greedy. Yup. You know, like, yup. And everything they did to cover up that conspiracy actually was extremely boneheaded. Oh, the octopus conspiracy? Oh, okay, it's a complicated one. But the gist of it was there's this company called Inslaw, back in like the 70s and 80s, who created a tracking database software for the DOJ. Whole purpose of the software was to be able to search the DOJ databases quickly so that they could figure out what cases were already being prosecuted and which ones had already been prosecuted and which ones hadn't been, because that was actually a problem. Like that was actually a major problem at the DOJ, you know, because there's so much court activity. They were like, wait, did we do this one already? Like they would start prosecution and someone would be like, that guy's already in jail for this, you know, like, oh fuck, we just wasted a month. Like one, like part of the DOJ just wasted a huge amount of effort, like trying to prosecute something that had already been prosecuted. Or, and shit like that. So in order to save time and effort and be able to keep track of that, they wanted a software made. So Inslaw made it, but when Ronald Reagan was elected and a new guy was put in charge of the DOJ didn't pay Inslaw. So Inslaw sued and initially won, but then the government won on appeal. And they were really, really, really confused because they were like, but you didn't pay us. They just wanted the money, right? Like they just wanted their money. Well, it turns out that the tracking software, the software worked so well that you could look for other things. And there was a way to put in a back door that at the time no one could find. So America starts selling the software to other governments while keeping this back door open so that they could spy. And Inslaw found out about it because some of these foreign governments, most notably Canada, called them up and was like, yeah, you made this software, but we need the manual written in French. So could we do that? We'll pay you. And they were like, what are you talking about? We never sold the software. We never sold the software to you. And they're like, oh yeah, we got it from, America. We got it from the American government. We bought it from them. And they were like, what? Wait, not only did they steal it, they sold it to somebody else? And that's when the conspiracy kind of began to unravel. And the rest of the conspiracy is really about the cover-up. That's where it gets really messy. Because before that, it's actually pretty straightforward. But when the cover-up starts happening, that's where the real story is. Because people in government didn't want people to know what they had done. It would create an international incident, which it did. Yeah, that's the Inslaw scandal, also known as the Octopus Conspiracy. It's called the Octopus Conspiracy because the guys that were kind of instrumental in doing it had their fingers in a million different pies. So it became impossible to figure out who all was affected by it. Yeah, exactly. They had to call up the company due to Canadian law about English and French languages. Exactly. Canada was just following the rules. And Canada was like, why would they need to spy on our Justice Department? Oh no. They might find out who's suing who. Canada wasn't doing anything untoward about it. They were just like, okay, it's intelligence tracking software for the department, for a Justice Department. That sounds good. So that's what they used it for. However, there were a lot of other governments that were convinced to use it for other things. And then when it came out that America may have a back door into their computer systems, they were not happy. And then it became then it's obviously kind of became this big game of like, who's going to be caught holding the bag? Who's going to go down over this, internally within the conspiracy? And that's where things get weird. Like the guys involved in this were also involved in the October surprise. They were involved in the Iran-Contra scandal. They're also involved in some other shit that most people haven't heard of. Arms smuggling within the country, by the way. Oh, man. Yeah, let me check something. So yeah, that's the octopus theory. There's a Netflix documentary all about it. I think it's called The Octopus Conspiracy. American Conspiracy, The Octopus Murders. Yeah.
Reporter.
Yeah, let's see. Here's the trailer for it. Just came out this year.
Danny Casolaro was found dead over the weekend in a motel in Martinsburg, West Virginia.
Local authorities quickly ruled his death a suicide.
It just didn't sit right. In my mind, I'm thinking they killed him.
The book that Danny was writing, he starts looking into these powerful people and realizes there's something much bigger going on.
These 8 men, they're no longer government officials, but their tentacles can reach into any part of government in almost any country. I've come to call this group the Octopus.
Most of us were convinced that he had been hurt for him covering this story.
If the federal government says, we don't know what you're talking about, it's beyond what a couple of local detectives can do.
It all started with the software promise.
These programs allegedly allowed the CIA to spy on the intelligence agencies that bought it.
The two of them transferred in excess of $40 million. This money was used to buy off.
It was a disturbing conspiracy.
A lot of people that reported on it are dead.
All 3 of them had been shot in the head. We knew who was involved. No one was ever brought to justice.
We found the body. There was a wire running from around his neck to his ankles.
There's just too many people dead in this case.
This former NSA guy says, I don't know how you heard that name, but you can get killed just knowing that name.
Can you turn the camera off?
I told him not to talk to certain people, not to raise certain issues.
Danny became obsessed with this story. You have the same curiosity that Danny had.
If you think for a minute that you're going to go expose somebody, you're going to get yourself killed.
Yeah, and that's all about real shit that happened. Like, it's
curiosity.
It is not clear who all is telling the truth, but a lot of the events are actually, like, confirmed. Now, one thing I wanted to see was...
You have the same curiosity.
Hold on.
Certain people, not to raise certain issues.
Danny became obsessed with this story. You have the same curiosity.
Ah, Gurney Street. I had a friend who lived on this corner. Or pretty near it. Yep, there's the Broadway. Yeah, it'd be like a couple blocks back.
Curiosity that Danny had.
If you think...
But yeah. That was real. That was real. Oh, dude. I know. Like that was so, that whole event was really well known in hacker circles, extremely well known. Not nobody knew anyone who was involved, or at least nobody said they were. and no one I know is in that documentary at all. Like, but hackers are really into government conspiracies. So when that one broke, like that one became legend. It was known as the Inzala scandal. So that one was infamous. Everybody knew about it. Every hacker I knew about it. So it's kind of funny that, like, now in 2024, like, we've gone on. It's been so long that a lot of people forgot about it. Like, and a lot of people don't know about it because, so much time has passed. It used to be like the number one conspiracy people knew. The number one conspiracy that everyone was sure had happened, because clearly there was a conspiracy to steal this software and use it to spy on foreign governments. Like, there was no way that wasn't true, But a lot of the other details, the thing that was nice about that documentary is that there were a lot of other details, some of which are confirmed in the documentary and some of which are still, like, kind of up in the air, that I didn't know about. Like, things that the guys involved, the I don't know what you would call them. I guess you would call them the fixers. Like, the guys who facilitated it were into a lot of other shit. And the doc goes into that, because that's where it gets crazy. And it's also a really good object lesson for why you don't want to get involved in that shit. Not because someone might kill you, which is always a possibility, but because it warps your reality. Because I actually talked to some of the people involved, and you're like, okay, these people are crazy. I got to be honest. I think one of the mistakes of the Marvel universe was of the MCU was destroying Hydra. I felt like they should have defeated Hydra, but that they should still be around. Oh man, Cobra. Now someone mentioned Cobra, we gotta do this. I actually felt that the G.I. Joe movie should have just started like this, right? The live action one.
Crashing through the sky comes a fearful
Nutbag! Cobra Commander's gonna teabag you. Come on. I mean, the only real problem I have with the G.I. Joe movie is they kind of blew their wad in the intro. I mean, there's great shit that happens in that thing, but this... nothing that compares to this action sequence. Ooh, Baroness of Saran. Ooh, that's a hard call. I think it would depend on my mood.
They never give up, they never say die. Walking tall with banners high. They sound the battle cry. G.I. Joe there. G.I. Joe. G.I. Joe is there. Fighting for freedom wherever there's trouble over land and sea and air. G.I. Joe is there.
G.I. Joe is the code name for America's daring, highly
Have like
trained
Paul
special
Rudd
mission
or
force.
fucking
Its purpose to defend
Ryan
human
Reynolds
freedom
play
against
Shipwreck.
Cobra, a ruthless terrorist organization determined to rule the world.
Fighting for freedom wherever there's trouble over land and sea and air.
Oh, Frank Welker. You know? Actually, one of the things I really hated about that live-action G.I. Joe movie is I'm like, come on, man. Like, first of all, give us that theme song, bro. Give it to us. It was like it was like the Mighty Morphin Power Rangers. It's like, no, give us that theme song. Come on. You know, that's like half the show. You know? Fucking do it. Even that shitty, like, 90s Power Rangers movie gave us the theme song. Like, come on. No, couldn't do it. And then when they did the sequel, like, the thing is that the plot of the sequel is actually a really good G.I. Joe story. But for some reason, they never say Yo Joe. They said hoorah. And I'm like, no, they say they yell Yo Joe. Come on. They yell Yo Joe. You know, that's the deal, you know? Although dude playing Zartan I thought was great. And I thought Cobra Commander had a great plan. He had a great Cobra Commander plan. You know, I'm going to fucking just use a fucking laser-guided satellite to, like, fucking drop shit on the Earth and to destroy every city unless you give in to my demands. Which are, I mean, the demands are stupid, but who cares? Like, that's the whole fucking point. You know, like the actual, like, plot of the Transformers movie, the first Bayformers movie, I didn't think was bad. It's just like so much of the other movies, the rest of the movies sucked. You know? I was like, oh, okay, Megatron's on Earth trying to get the Allspark. Okay, what's the Allspark? Okay, it's the thing that gives Transformers life. You know, it's not the Matrix of Leadership. It's a different thing. Okay, sure. And with it, he's going to create an infinite army of Decepticons that are going to take over everything. Okay, got it. You know, not a problem. But Megatron didn't look like Megatron, which pissed me the fuck off. Ironhide wasn't Ironhide, which pissed me the hell off. I don't know why they took away Bumblebee talking. It gave him, like, because I'm like, dude, if you want someone to talk like that, you should use Wreck-Gar. you know. Well, that's something that no one else is going to care. And then they killed Jazz and didn't bring him back. Fuck you. Yeah, and Kung Fu Grip didn't come up once. What the shit? There's no Quick Kick. No Wild Bill. No Shipwreck. The fuck is that? I don't know. And I don't know why you hire Christopher Eccleston and not make him Cobra Commander. Because when I was like, ooh, Christopher Eccleston go be Cobra Commander. Gotta be. There's no other role he could play. And I was like, oh, he's Destro. And I'm like, you should have gotten The Rock to play Destro. You're like, what are you talking about? You know, get The Rock or fucking, like, failing him fucking, it's about family. That guy. You know, to play Destro, you know? Like, all he needs is a deep voice and sound menacing. Dude can do that. Put a mask on him, you know? Oh, we can't have the guy walking around and... Yes, you can. Now shut up. Do something. Idiots. Oh, I would love a Cadillacs and Dinosaurs movie. I mean... Yeah, you could make that good. You know? Like, you can make a good story out of that. As long as there are flying Cadillacs and dinosaurs, you're pretty good. No, you don't want to fucking focus on Action Man. I mean, nothing wrong with Action Man, but I mean, come on. Yeah, Clancy Brown is Destro. That'd have been tits. That'd have been tits, man. Yeah, Vin Diesel as Destro. Although I think Clancy Brown would have rocked it harder. You know, and let's be honest. So what I'm saying is this. As bad as the Street Fighter movie is, they got M. Bison right. You know, they got the villain right. They got Zangief right. Chun-Li was okay. Ken and Ryu were kind of not good. I thought they got E. Honda pretty well. I don't know why fucking Guile wasn't Dolph Lundgren, you know, like... Like, the shit... I'm not saying you can't have fucking Jean-Claude Van Damme in that movie, but he's Vega. Oh, no, I think that movie is amazing. I think that movie's a ton of fun. You know, but if you wanted, like, a real Street Fighter movie, you know what I mean? You know, like, you know, that wouldn't quite it. You know? You know, that wasn't quite it. It wasn't like it wasn't like the 1990 anime film. Like the 1990 like anime film really felt like Street Fighter, you know? Like, you know, and of course that ending, you have chosen world domination. Hell yeah. Yeah, it's a really fun movie. It's a really, like, that's probably the best way of saying it. Even if it not quite the Street Fighter movie you wanted, it is extremely fun. You know, it's a very fun film. You know, someone there at least wanted that movie to be very entertaining. And the G.I. Joe live action movie could have used some of that. So what I'm saying is the Street Fighter movie is more of a Street Fighter movie than the G.I. Joe movies are a G.I. Joe movie. That was too bad. Oh, way better than that Double Dragon movie. What the hell? Although when they were like, we're going to do a Double Dragon movie, I'm like, isn't that called The Warriors? I'm pretty sure this movie already exists, bro. Yeah, quick, change the channel. That's my favorite line in the whole movie. It's awesome. Kylie Minogue hated Jean-Claude Van Damme. Oh, I wouldn't be surprised. All right. I am going to go on break, and when we come back, we're going to bring Horror Mom on. So, I'll be back in just a few.
They're an arrogant, ingrown, close-knit brotherhood like the Mafia. They're the product of a sick society. To hell with tomorrow. Their bag is today. Their bag is right now.
I seen AK-47. I seen sawed-off shotguns. I seen all of this. I seen dynamite on the street.
Surrounded by violence and murder. Say we in the street and we gripping on heat. You got beef, then we frying your burger. My shoes on my feet and my words and my balls is all I got. Fuck with a murder. What happened to you? I'm certain. I'm certain as hell and I'm gripping the tail of Satan itself, the serpent. We poor and ain't no social service. We go in the store, they look nervous. So damn them to hell or damn it to jail. Like fuck it, we robbing the merchants. The preachers sound silly in service. Convincing my mama that all of her drama must certainly serve higher purpose. I fight just turning to curses. When I tell her any God that make it plenty hard really ain't worthy to worship. Man, I believe in my patches. Man, I believe in my vests. Man, I believe in bananas and pistols and holding out rocking my sets. Born in the turmoil and trouble. I became king of the rubble.
Everything out here is broken, a blemish and battered and tattered but mine. You let it burn and decay and created the kings of the cinder divine. I am done asking and pleading and begging you recognize I am alive. You were done walking inside of the section you're treading and there is a line. Cement block, hard rock, and don't stop. Get it? Your whole block soft and comes off like skittish bitches. We're wolves to the bitter finish. Not full, gotta get it in, get us dinner. Violators try to finish any little sentence, we will sentence sinners. It all stinks, but where we live is where the set sank it. They say sorry, son, accept it. Same old song of the subjective. Sorry, sirs, but we don't sing along to anthems or your pledges. In your garbage rose the rulers of the restless. Do not test us.
Okay, I'm back. All right, let's get this show on the road. Oh. Shouldn't have done that too fast. Shouldn't have done that too fast. And that's right, Run the Jewels, RTJ. Bam. All right. All right, we can do this. It was kind of funny because when I was went to the corner store to pick up some rats, which is where I was, the guy in the shop was playing Drake, and I had to stop myself from going like, Motherfucker, I'm a Kendrick man. I am a Kendrick Lamar man. Like, not.
Shine with my audio.
All right, let's see. Looks like we're all good. We're still set up from last time.
Nice.
Oh boy.
It's been a minute.
Yeah, it's been and I'm just gonna say that because Guy was like playing Drake, all I could think of when I was walking home after getting the cigarettes was that concert where everyone in rap ever fucking busted on Drake with Kendrick, and like to the point where it's like that Simpsons bit. Stop, he's
already dead. Yeah, there's that, and then I just
it's like, damn, call the police now. Guy's dead. I know, dude played Drake in the Bay. What the fuck? Oh man.
Yeah.
No, not when Drake fucking busted like on the local treasure that was Tupac Shakur, right?
It's just like I thought it was done, and then no, it's not. It'll never be done.
No, it'll never be. This beef is settled, but it'll never be done.
But it's funny to me because somebody on TikTok like a couple weeks ago, maybe, was like going through like the conspiracy theory chart they had of, no, but this rap lyric meant this, and this is how this person dissed Drake, and here's who Drake, and I was like, God, that is so funny that you can do an entire like whiteboard filled with the map of who dissed who and the double meanings in the songs. It's like, okay, man, shit.
Yeah. Wait, someone called Stinky Ass 6969. I appreciate the name. Were you the guy who used to wear the werewolf costume? No, I think that's Dr. Wolfula, isn't it? I was Count Jackula. I had a top hat with goggles on it. I swore a lot. I don't know what else to say. Like, sometimes I did movies about Satan.
Sometimes you dressed up like a bee.
Sometimes I dressed up like a bee. Yeah, that happened.
I do remember some fried chicken and gasoline at one point.
Yes.
Yep.
Where I ate a videotape. I don't even remember what that videotape was. It was like something I got at a thrift store for $1.
But how'd it taste?
Like magnetic tape.
It's funny, you're talking about we're talking about tapes. I was just reminiscing with my dad over random shit that I remembered from my childhood, especially with the holiday just being there. And like, I remember being given a sparkler when I was like fucking 4 and trying to grab the sparks and shit. But my dad brought up the time I broke the VCR, I got this doll that you could put a cast on the doll's arm, and it came with a little x-ray so you could see like where her boo-boo was.
Wait, what was this?
It was a doll I got like in the 90s. I had broken my arm for the first time, and then my mom got a doll that like you had to care for and put a cast on and fix her broken bone. I broke the VCR because I slipped the x-ray into the VCR, trying to make the x-ray appear on the big screen. And like my dad's like, do you know how much magnetic tape was wasted because you couldn't tell anybody you lost this dumb doll piece in the VCR? I'm like, I know I fucked up. Thank you. Keep pointing it out. I haven't lived this down yet.
So you're like a little kid and you're like, there's an x-ray machine in there.
Well, exactly. Like, I want to see this bigger. I put tapes in here all the time. This can't be too much different. Bloop, bloop. Nope.
No, it's way different. Yeah, that's when I did that stuff too, but that's when I disassembled the VCR.
Nice.
You know, I don't know how many times I pulled that thing apart and put it back together.
I wish I still had one because I've got a big box TV right here. And I would just, there are some tapes that I still have that it's like, no, I can't watch Cujo any other way. This is not going to be the same without the pops and crackles.
Oh man. The minute Blu-ray came out, I couldn't get enough of it. I couldn't get enough. I still love them. I still love them even though we're in the world of streaming because I'm like, I own this movie. You
Yeah,
can't
no.
take this shit away from me. Fuck you.
Talking to the girl with literal stacks of all of her DVDs and everything behind her.
Yep. I'm glad they still sometimes make them, but man, ain't like it used to be.
It really isn't. And even worse, when you're people like us and you are looking for a very specific thing and it's on only 3 sites or no sites. And it's like, yeah, I guess I'm just going to have to find whatever copy I can. Thanks.
Thanks. Yeah. Man, I'm the internet has betrayed us. The tech industry has betrayed us. You know, and I know that's a big like you don't say, but like I'm still pissed about it.
Yeah.
Because everything was making sense, right? Like everything was making sense. You know, it's like, "Oh, okay, this is good." But no, it's like we need more profits. And it's like, "No, you don't. You have all the it was like Netflix trying to make more money. It's like you have about as you have basically everybody on the planet. There's no going higher than that.
Well, and it's like I I remember when Disney did the big buy with Fox. And I'm like, at what point are they a monopoly and we can start acting on this? I guess it's not enough.
No.
But I really can't imagine Disney is out there with a tin cup on the street corner looking for cash.
Yeah,
Dude,
well,
you got enough.
It's even worse than that because if you want to talk about a real media monopoly, a real one that is insane, the news.
Oh yeah.
The news. I'm like, you gotta be kidding me. How many companies give us the news? It's like 4?
Right. And by the way, you will never see someone on ABC mentioning some pictures and then NBC is talking all about these pictures because, oh, right, you own the company that is producing that movie.
Mm-hmm.
Come on.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Oh, although someone mentioned a game company, I woke up and I had to the best, worst news. Or the worst, best news. Whichever way you want to say it.
Go on.
I was flipping through. And all of a sudden, Transformers and video game comes by my feed. And I'm like, oh, is that new Transformers game? No, it's something else. Oh, it's like G1. God damn it, it's Overwatch. Overwatch now has Transformers shit in it.
Ugh.
And I was like, you bastards. You got me.
Why?
But they kind of had me for a bit there because I'm like, oh shit, Steinhardt is Optimus Prime. Fuck. Do No, I probably shouldn't. But I had to admit, looked pretty fun.
Well, and there was a game and I got excited. I don't play many games. I just got I have no mouth and I must scream from my computer from the stream Summer's Tale. So
that's a great one.
Having fun with it. Even though I forgot that game was made in like 95. So if you don't save after every action and you, I don't know, have a child that turns off your computer, You lost everything?
Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Buddy, I was so deep in. You have no idea. Now I've got Harlan Ellison from Beyond the Grave calling me a fucking pinhead because I didn't know to save. But I was on Twitter and there was some game that has Star Wars characters that you can play, and they wanted to add Jawas. And the company's like, no, sorry, the height mechanic in this has to be. So they did the most creative thing, which was stacking Jawas on each other's shoulders in this game. And I'm like, that's brilliant. I love this problem solving. I am so into this. And it's a great, like, the photos of it are so cute. So that's like the last time I got excited about really anything new in gaming. And I've got, my dad's talking about, did you hear the new thing about Red Dead and what they're going to do with the sea? I don't care.
Oh, yeah. You little cat girl, I didn't know Blizzard was still around. Is it being sued, investigated for massive sexual harassment and such? Oh, yeah, but they've got billions of dollars. They're not going anywhere. Blizzard Activision ain't going nowhere. Activision ain't going nowhere.
We were talking that Neil Gaiman doesn't have make him shut up money. Blizzard does.
Blizzard totally has make him shut up money. Yeah.
They've got sweep it under the rug money. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not saying they should. I'm not saying it's good.
Yeah. About the only thing they couldn't have gotten away with is someone raping Taylor Swift. Like, it would have to be on that level for them to go down over it. No one else would do.
You saying them, performing horrible obscenities upon Taylor Swift. And all I could think of was that bit in Peacemaker where he's listing all the other people that could be a scapegoat to go to prison.
Yeah.
That's exactly what Blizzard could do.
Yes.
Ariana Grande, fucking Baba Booey.
Oh my God. And they still did not find out who stole breast milk from the nursing room. Oh my God. Well, okay. I think about this shit all the time. Like, what do you do about shit like this? Like, from any perspective. And I don't have a good answer because it unfortunately seems to be a thing that humans do. And I'm like, there's got to be a way to mitigate this. But I don't know what it is. I can't come up with an answer. And I think that's really the problem. I mean, one thing, there are some things I know that could be done. I don't know if they would. I don't know how much of a dent it would put in it, but we could actually fucking prosecute these assholes and put them in jail. Like, that might help.
But is that just putting flex tape over an even bigger hole?
Yeah, I don't know. I'd be willing to try it. I'm willing to try it,
But yeah. And don't get me started, because that Nickelodeon documentary that came out a couple months ago, I watched that and was just like, holy shit, it's fucking weird that all these big companies have make it go away money. And you're a kid in the 90s and you don't notice this shit, and you don't know when things are weird, and looking back as an adult and being like, oh fuck, no.
With a lot of the Nickelodeon shit, I actually could tell something weird was going on. It was becoming way too obsessed with young girls for my comfort.
Yeah, when it got to like Victorious is when I was like an older teenager, and I'm like, okay, this is fucking weird.
This is weird. Yeah, like, not just like normal weird, but like, I'm wondering what's happening behind the scenes here. And turns out I was right.
And a little my dad had a moment and we ended up having this huge talk because I think it was like 2009, 2008. We went to a little horror convention in Tulsa. One of my dad's friends like paid for us to go. And the whole reason we went was it was a Return of the Living Dead reunion.
Right.
And Brian Peck was there signing autographs because nobody had heard anything. And I don't even know if the case had even been brought yet. But my dad ended up like scooting my little brother away from him because this guy's talking about how, oh, I used to work at Nickelodeon and I did this and I did that. And oh my gosh, if you're a fan of Drake and Josh, I worked on that show. And like, we're watching this and we have to have like this weird conversation where my dad's like, I would have never put you in that situation had I known. And I'm like, yeah, well, hindsight's 2020. Nothing we can do. Holy fuck, though.
Yeah, I know, right?
That's so fucking weird. And the fact,
Yeah.
like, you focused on my younger brother. Ew. Ew.
Yeah.
And I've been to plenty of fucking conventions. I've gotten creeped on before, but god damn.
Well, that's extra.
But the fact that he could get that fucking charge and then get a job at fucking Disney. What fucking world do we live in?
Yeah, exactly. Like, I have no idea. It took me the longest time to recognize him from Return of the Living Dead 2. You know, I completely did not recognize him.
I know, he's changed a lot.
You
But
know?
yeah, that was like really fucked up. And then, you know, here we are watching Hail Satan today and everything else. Which brought up my mom telling everybody that I was a member of the Satanic Temple.
Were you?
It's like, oh, yeah. I am, so...
Oh, okay. Well, there you go then. You know, at least that wasn't a lie.
No,
Yeah.
I'm a card-carrying member.
Me too.
The whole thing, like, we're gonna... you can get an abortion if you say you have religious rights, and we're one of the churches that will allow you to do this. And I was like, sign me up. I'm in. But I come from a predominantly Catholic-leaning family. So, do you know Rachel joined the Church of Satan to secure abortion rights? It's Thanksgiving, bitch. Really? I love you, but goddamn, pick your moments.
Oh, well.
Yeah, she
Oh,
was
well.
a fun lady.
Yeah, sounds like she had a lot of issues that she needed to deal with.
But proud of me. She tried to like spin it that she was proud that I did that. I'm like, but don't go fucking tell it.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. You know, well, now it's
I
out
wasn't enough of a black sheep already, but you know, just dye the wool a little bit further, lady. Come on.
Well, yeah, to me, that's always one of those, like, that's one of those, like, you're never enough of a black sheep. It'll always
Yeah.
go farther, you know? So I'm always just sort of like, I learned to either be chill about it or just not show up.
Yeah. And I'm not showing. So
yeah,
all fun.
It's hard. Family is one of those really weird things. I will say this, once you decide to start cutting people off, it becomes a lot easier.
Oh yeah. I like the little Frankenstein family I made, you know, stitching people together and being like,
well, yeah. Yeah, it's just better. Day in and day out is just better, you know?
Yeah.
Man, what the world is so strange that way.
Yeah.
You know, I don't really know, like, The older I get, the fewer answers I have about this shit. I've just noticed, because it's like, oh, I don't know. I wish I could. I wish I could say something so that people could benefit from experience and wisdom, but there are just some problems that I'm like, look, man, I have no fucking idea.
Just all I can say is always do what's best for you and try not to hurt anybody in the process.
Yeah, because like one of the things. Now, this is not a big emotional deal. Well, I guess it kind of is, but it's not like family. It's not like that kind of thing. But I realized that a lot of my life I was waiting for someone to instruct me on how to do things, when I had always gotten farther just starting. Like, how can I take machines apart and put them together? I just started taking apart the VCR one day. I started taking apart transformers and reassembling them to fix them one day. Was I always successful? No. But I'm not afraid of a screwdriver. I'm not afraid of hooking up a spring. It can be annoying because those little springs, man, they fight you, but I'm not like afraid of them. That's how I started working on cars too. It's just like, okay, well, I guess I'll just open this fucker up.
There's only one thing I'm afraid of in this life, and that is taking the cap off of the radiator in my car.
Oh, well, yeah, you want
the most terrifying thing in the world to me.
Yeah, because you only take that off when you can touch the cap without burning yourself.
Yeah.
You wet your finger, touch it. If it sizzles, it's too hot.
But like, oh my God, it was my first fucking car. I didn't know shit. That thing.
Oh yeah, I did the same thing.
And it's like every time I have to put like coolant in my car, even if the engine is cold, even if I haven't touched it, if it's first thing in the morning, I'm still like, okay, let's just dearm the bomb. Let's just do this.
Yeah. Yep.
You can survive.
Yeah. One of the things I like about modern Transformers Macedon is they don't use springs anymore.
I will say, one of the most annoying things in the world is trying to get fucking tires on a Playmobil toy. That is still fucking awful.
Oh, yeah. I don't have one because Transformers don't have rubber tires anymore, so I don't need one. But there's actually a tool that does that. It's like a little gun, and it has like these little extender clips on the end of it, and it opens the tire up a little bit. You put it on, you shut it, and slide the thing out.
I wish I would have known that one before I bought my son's mystery machine, because Jesus Christ. Nothing funner than, dude, just get out of my way. Mommy needs to focus. Light the cigarette.
I know.
Trying to work on these fucking tires.
I know. Yeah, what is that thing called? Wheel pullers.
My mom suffered from hot water and capping the radiator. Ugh. Yeah.
Yep. Tire shop accessories tool set for cars. Oh, no. This is like the fake mechanic shit. Where's the actual
tools of the trade?
Yeah. Yeah, tire tool. There we go. Da. Yeah, dirt tire remover. Can also be used to like put it on. Oh, there's several different types.
Nice.
Yeah, you'll have to like get one that'll
work for me.
That'll fit the toy, but like, because there are different sizes of them. But Yeah.
Nice.
Yep. They even have one that looks like the actual like thing that puts the tires on the wheel of a real car.
Oh, nice. I could have fun with that.
Yeah.
Ah.
Drift tire remover, aluminum alloy drift charger, like oh man. Yeah. Like did you know that there are Lego tools?
I have seen professional builds on TikTok.
Yeah. I was like, son of a bitch. I did
Yeah.
not know you could get such a thing. And yeah.
No, and I mentioned before, my TikTok is a very weird amalgamation of things. And I've just been like, you know something? I don't need this right now. I don't need this today. Let's be done for a while. Because I'm still on angry Harlan Ellison rants, random crafts where like a woman will start a video with, let's update the baby doll head cage.
I'm
The
sorry.
fact that you said
What?
that, like a woman that filled a bird cage with baby doll heads and then decided to remove all the baby doll heads and restack them inside the cage. And I was like, you know something? I don't need to be here right now. I don't need this shit in my life. You know? I'm just gonna go. And then like Lego builds randomly come up and it's like, okay, I guess. What the fuck?
Wow.
And I know I can reset the For You page, but at this point it's like, why? Why would I? It's just gonna turn into something else in a month. Yes.
I wonder if there are
And this bro CA botanist on TikTok.
Botanist on TikTok. Oh, found the most bro CA botanist on TikTok. Yeah, the orange brick separator. Yeah, they got others too.
And then they also show you how to do illegal builds, which, what do you mean? I wasn't supposed to do that all along.
Well, what is an illegal build?
Like making sure like pieces will stay together by misusing a piece, like a wedge to keep two bricks together.
Oh.
Kind of silly, but apparently you're not supposed to be doing that. If you're doing this professionally, you will be disqualified. What the fuck do I care? I'm not building you've got a child,
Fuck you. Don't give a shit. Oh, man. God damn it.
Illegal Lego build. Want to.
I hate you. Oh my God. All right, let me do one search. Yep. Toys used to manage. Demolition tool assembly. Oh my God, they make some people online at eBay make specialized toys for pulling Transformers apart. Well, yeah, well, okay.
I mean, if that's what you need to do.
I know, right? Oh my God. But like, I'm trying very hard. To be cool with Gen Z online. I'm trying hard.
It's very hard.
It sometimes it's very difficult. Yeah.
And I want to be nice. But when they do something stupid, I want to point it out.
Yeah.
And I don't know if that's just me.
Well, that's where
but
I get in trouble too. That's one of the ways I get in trouble as well.
But the thirst fucking shit pisses me off.
The thirst fucking shit?
Okay, when girls get... Okay, like I mentioned with the Wade Wilson thing earlier,
Mm-hmm.
I saw chicks doing video edits about how hot this guy is. And it's like, that is a murderer. No, you may not date him. What in your right... I know Richard Ramirez got married in prison to somebody that went to his trial every day. I know this. What the fuck is actually wrong with all of you people? Ted Bundy is not cute.
No.
He would eat your face. Like, do I really have to point this shit out to you?
Yeah.
Leatherface does not want to give you a hug. Please fuck off.
Yeah.
Do not do sexy Michael Myers or else I'm going to fucking come to your house and put a garden hoe in the back of your head. I'm fucking done. But I am a mother. I am usually a good person. But when this, like, oh my God, he's so gorgeous. You fucking kidding me? Okay. You do you. I'm gonna shut my mouth.
Oh, I'm so... Yeah.
Bite your tongue so hard it fucking bleeds.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what's up with that. I never have. You know, I have never known what was up with that. Because... Now, I mean, to be fair, I got my weirdness, right?
Yeah, we all do.
I got my weirdness, but it's all fictional. You know, when it gets into the, like, things that would eat your face, it's all fictional. The fact that some of these people are real is what kind of confuses me.
Yeah.
You know, but... I don't know. Life finds a way.
I guess. I mean, but Jesus Christ, Richard Ramirez was not an attractive young man. He was a cokehead, and he broke into people's houses and did unspeakable things. I know, I have the book at my feet right now. Like, fuck off, man.
Yeah. Yeah.
I can't get...
Girl who had
and
a
it's
crush on...
always
I've known,
19 to 20-year-olds that are doing this dumb shit.
Yeah, and I wonder what... I always wonder what it is. Like, people are like, well, it's the bad boy thing. And I'm like, no, this is beyond that.
Yeah.
This is beyond that. Like, a bad boy is going to break your heart. Not necessarily kill you and rape the corpse.
Yeah.
You know, like, that's a little extra.
You know, and okay, my favorite serial killer is Ed Gein because he's just kind of dumb and kind of cute. And I mean, like, cute Elmer Fudd looking old man that did terrifying things. I don't want to fuck him.
Yeah. Yeah, you're fascinated with him. You're not
right.
Like,
man had a nipple belt, motherfucker. Like, he's interesting. He had hobbies.
One of my, oh God, what was her fucking name? The woman that High Tension was kind of based on.
Oh, yeah.
And they actually did like an actual movie about her as well. Like, she fascinates me because she is so nuts. You know, it's the classic example of like look, I don't care what happened. What happened to you was awful, but no.
Ever.
Not ever. You got to be kidding me. Like that's literal insanity. You know, and the fact that she was like dragging her girlfriend into it was like, what? Although I think it was her girlfriend who eventually turned her in, because she's like, I'm just trying to figure out how to get away from this.
Yeah, and get away from crazy as safely as you can.
Mm-hmm.
You can't raw dog that shit because it'll come back and bite you.
And you can't halvesies it either.
No.
You got to be like,
you can't be wishy-washy. Like a Band-Aid, right off.
You know, I'm not saying that, well, I was listening to this one woman, had a horrible husband. And I mean, like, as bad as you think it is, yes. If it was a bad thing a husband could do, he did it. And the first thing she did when she got away from him was buy a baseball bat. And I was like, okay. You're not going back anytime soon.
Yeah.
Being
It's
like,
funny.
I have a baseball bat now, just in case. Yep.
Well, I used to say I have a baseball bat in my car and I don't play sports. But me and my dad were talking about because the Alec Baldwin thing happened.
Oh, yes.
He's getting the trials slated to start either end of this week or the beginning of next. I know jury selection's tomorrow. But we were talking about guns and gun safety, and when my dad took me to the shooting range for the first time, he bought me a 22 and let's go have some fun. Let's go to the shooting range. Honey, you're not hitting the target right. And I went, no, I hit exactly what I was aiming for. And when I pushed the button to pull the target back up, the crotch of this thing was gone. And I'm like, that's the only reason I would ever use a gun. And no, I don't want him to die. I want to hurt him a bit. Damn. Well, you're supposed to aim at the chest. Well, fuck that.
Too bad. You know,
I know where I'm aiming.
Oh my God. That reminds me, I need to get a baseball bat. You know.
It's a useful tool.
You know. Da-da-da. Baseball, softball. No, wait, what's it made of? Yeah, it can't be made out of anything good. It's only $13.
Get a wiffle ball bat. Confuse the fuck out of whoever's fucking with you.
Oh, man.
Oh, fuck. And I actually got to see my son be overly protective of me the other day, too. And it's like, I am so proud of you. I am so lucky you do not have anything available to hit somebody with because you would have. This guy, I mean, we just went to the supermarket real quick to grab like milk or whatever we were out of. And this guy like body checked me. Like he didn't mean to. Like he just walked into me. And I'm holding my son's hand. I almost knock into my son. And Tommy just, hey, asshole, you bumped into my mother. She has a hurt arm. You can't do that. You should say you're sorry. You should feel bad. Like trying not to laugh. And the guy's like, sorry, and keeps going. And I'm like, and you just earned yourself a toy, little dude. Like,
Ooh,
and
sock on a baseball bat.
I can't even be angry that he said, "Hey, asshole." It's like, no, the guy was an asshole, but let the chips fall where they may.
Foam baseball bat cover. Because, like you said, not trying to kill the guy.
No, you just want to send a message.
Yeah, exactly. You just want to be like, okay, beep, biff,
Bang.
biff,
Rat-a-tat,
bang.
boom.
Yeah. Oh, $10 and $9. That's pretty good. Okay. Yeah. And thank you, Flashman, for the donation. We're definitely up for
thank you, Flashman.
donations today. Hail Satan. Hail Satan.
Hail Satan.
Your move. Your move, creep, in response to hitting the guy in the dick,
Well, you're not going to do much damage with a hockey stick. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, you got to be pretty big to do shit with a hockey stick,
And a cricket bat is just, suspicious. That's like you were waiting for someone to fuck with you.
Oh, yeah. I mean, if you want to beat someone to death, cricket bat's not a bad way to go. It's big, it's heavy, it swings well. Like, I actually did that. A friend of mine actually had like a cricket bat that was signed by Simon Pegg and Edgar Wright and Nick Frost and like all
nice.
that. So I did the so you go over there and ow. And the thing was, I was like, oh shit. That actually really did hurt. Holy fuck. What's this thing made of?
Oak.
Yeah.
Mahogany.
Yeah, so I'm like
in a nice soft poplar.
Yeah, and I'm like, oh man, when Casey Jones brought out that cricket bat and fucking Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, he meant business. Oh, cricket? Nobody understands cricket. You gotta know what a crumpet is in order to play cricket. Oh man.
Is that a Jose Canseco bat? Tell me you did not pay for that.
Tell me you didn't pay money for this, did you?
Oh, Elias Koteas.
Man. Oh.
Oh,
yeah, you want to roll up on him with the sock full of quarters. All right, this is what we're going to do. You're going to roll up on the fours with the sock full of quarters. At the fucking hijinks were my absolute favorite part of Mallrats. The Jay and Silent Bob hijinks.
Oh. And me and my friends would put all our spare change into a sock because of that. And then we were just like, man, the hobo beatdown fund. It's going well.
Let's go.
Bitch, I know you got a quarter from your Taco Bell. Come on, put it in here.
Yep. Man, we caused some mayhem. We got up to some shit. Like, that's the thing I think is so fucking funny. Getting like running into like kids who are like, you shouldn't do that. And I'm like,
fuck you, I can't.
Fuck you. Like, fuck you, kid. Like, what are you talking about?
It just,
you know what? You never got up to this shit. You never tried. I'm not saying you succeed. You have to succeed. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I'm just saying you haven't lived until you steal the keys for the school and break in.
Yeah. Yeah. Like, this one guy was like, what are you what did you come up with this stuff to do? And I'm like,
80s?
80s? Yeah, the 80s? I don't know what to tell you. You know, like we got out to some shit, man. You know, like
And Lord knows I don't want to live there now. But I miss certain things about Oklahoma. I definitely don't miss being a teenager there and, getting pummeled every day. But there were weird things like Saturday night downtown, there was an IHOP outside a concert venue. And reliably, hookers would be eating like fucking waffles or pancakes with the guys they were either just done fucking or about to fuck. And it's
Okay.
like, come on, let's go to IHOP and look at the pancake hookers. Like it was something to do.
Yes.
Like, I miss doing shit like that. I miss driving through sketchy parts of a town and being like, did I just see a drug deal or an arms deal? Ah, fuck it, not my
Fuck
problem.
it, not
Keep
my
driving.
problem. Yeah. It's this weird feeling of like, how the hell did how the hell did the Yeah, I don't even know. Like I don't even know. I think you have to have like a certain level of, I don't know what to call it. You got to be a certain amount of free range, in order to start coming up with this shit. And the other
And
thing,
stupidly confident.
yeah, stupid confidence and a little free range, So when people are like, "Man, Gen X is feral," it's like, yeah, but the funny thing is we are significantly less feral than the boomers were.
Yeah.
It's just that by the time anyone noticed, the boomers were so fucking old, they weren't doing that shit anymore.
Yeah. And it's like,
I'm like, you ever seen Stand By Me? Like, come on. That wasn't Gen X, that's boomer shit.
Okay, and I still, at least in my high school class, held the record for the most amount of kids fit into a single car for my class.
Hell yeah.
12 kids in a Dodge Grand Caravan that seated 6. Like, fuck that shit. We're all going to fucking get Taco Bell and IHOP. Everybody pile in. And then it's like, you couldn't get away with doing that shit now.
No. Hey, you ever tried to order at the drive-thru with a shopping cart?
Actually, yes, I have.
Yeah, of course. Like everyone's got to try that once,
Everybody.
Yeah, and it's like, are they going to give us 2 hamburgers if we come in through? Let's find out,
Yeah, exactly. And there was so much, let's just do the thing. Fuck it.
Yeah.
Are we going to be in trouble if we break into the school? I don't know.
I don't know. Let's find out.
Let's go in, leave no trace. It's not like we were breaking into people's offices. We were just literally walking the fucking halls.
Yep.
Let's see if we can get to the roof. We got on the roof. Yay. Let's go back down.
Oh, God damn it. No. Do cherry bombs still exist? Made illegal in the ATF in the 70s? Well, that didn't stop us. M80s and cherry bombs. Keystone Fireworks.
Yeah.
So the answer is yes, they do. I just can't get them in California legal.
I'll send you some from Ohio. It'll be fun. Which is weird. Every 4th of July, I'm doomed to remember my mother yelling at me. Because I used to try to sit up front at the fireworks display, and she kept bitching that no, you can't go to the front. And I'm like, but I like the fireworks. I want to see shit explode, woman. And then finally, well, a kid died one year because the firework went into the crowd. And I'm like, oh shit. And every year I'm reminded of when I finally snapped that little piece of my mother's brain where she told me, like, a fucking kid died. Kids can die. Yes. Yes, they fucking
Yes.
can.
Man,
But
it wasn't a cherry bomb, wasn't an M80, but you remember like those firecrackers that were about like that big
oh yeah.
and like that thin. Yeah, I knew someone who sat on one of those.
Ooh. No.
And I was
Bad idea.
yeah, no. Didn't do as much damage as I was afraid it would have done. But it was kind of weird to be like, it was one of those, no,
Don't
don't
do
do that.
it.
Bow. I ran home. And I'm like, well, it couldn't have been that bad. They ran home. Next time I saw them, they were okay. And I'm like,
Okay.
how's your ass?
Yeah.
You know, it turns out there was some damage, there was a scar, but like we were afraid that they were gonna like
Lose something.
lose something. Yeah, exactly.
At least a cheek.
Yeah, but no, apparently not. They got lucky.
Yeah. Well, and it's always a weird thing when your friend gets hurt.
Yeah.
But then, I don't know about anyone else. This was my crew. We had a guy who climbed the flagpole and tried to slide all the way down. It did not go well for him. And then he ended up getting rushed to the hospital because somehow something, an appendage that usually dangles, was injured during the process of sliding down the flagpole. And then it's like, you give him shit afterwards. Like, that's a thing to do.
Yeah.
We nicknamed him Frankenberry because of the stitches.
Oh, no.
And how your nutsack now resembles the head of Frankenberry. Congratulations.
Oh, damn. I knew a kid who had testicular torsion. That was weird.
Ooh.
Yeah, he lost one.
God.
You know, and I'm just sort of like, and that wasn't even like, he didn't even do nothing.
No, that's something that can happen just naturally.
Yeah, and it was one of those things where it was like, wait, you lost a nut? There's not even a cool story for it? Man, you got ripped.
But, and I know this, and they're weird. They look like silicone eggs, right? And they're like jelly. They look like jelly Easter eggs. And those are fake testicles that can be put in for cosmetic purposes in case you don't want to look a little deflated down there.
I heard the weirdest story about silicone testicles.
Go on.
From a friend of mine. Okay, so it's from his college days. And he was, you know, his dorm mate decided to name himself Nicodemus.
Okay.
And he was like, all right. And my friend had introduced him to like the Dead Kennedys and like Vampire the Masquerade and like, you know, all the cool shit.
Yeah.
So one day this guy like names himself Nicodemus and he finds out that there is this little jar on his side of the dorm room by his bed.
Okay.
And so I was looking at it, he's like, what the hell is that? And he's like, oh, those are my testicles.
The fuck?
Yeah. So he's like, go on. I'm gonna need more information. Like, so here was the story. Apparently the guy was intersexed. So in order to like surgically correct this, his family gave him silicone testicles. But later in life, like before he right before he went to college, he had them removed because they're silicone, right?
Yeah.
You know, who knows what's going to happen. And then my friend was like, okay. But every time the guy would get into an argument with him, he would start screaming and would take the jar and shake it at him. And he was like, and of course I couldn't take it seriously because he's shaking his balls at me.
Okay.
It's like, and he would lose it over he would lose it over whatever had just been bugging him that day. You know, it wasn't like,
there's a dish in the sink. Balls.
Yeah. And so, like, he's like, nothing ever really got done about it because I would have to kind of leave the room because I'd be laughing. So I didn't know what he was yelling at me about half the time, but it was usually like my socks were on his side of the room or something, you know, something real minor that like a normal person would just be like, they just throw them on you. A normal person would just be like, get your fucking clothes off my side of the fucking thing, and then just toss it on your bed.
This guy, balls.
No, he's got to shake his balls at you. And I was like, oh my God.
Oh God.
Like that. I do believe that is one of the funniest things I have ever heard.
I agree. Jesus Christ.
Yeah. Yeah, and that came up because we were talking about like guys we brought into the scene that maybe we shouldn't have.
God.
You know, for me it was there were two guys. There were two guys where I'm like, yeah, I think I probably should not have. One was named Lobo. Not Mr. Lobo, completely different guy. I never knew this other dude's actual name, because I'm like, his name is not actually Lobo. There's no fucking way. Not even Mr. Lobo's name was actually Lobo until he started doing the show. You know? So this guy was, I don't even know how to put it. Like, he got into goth, and I'm not saying it didn't suit him, but there was a level of, dude, you got to get over yourself.
Yeah.
Dude, you got to get over yourself. Like, I remember you back before all of this. You need to get over yourself. You know, you can't out-cool me. I knew you before.
Yeah.
You know, like that's not going to work. Oh, and also, will you stop trying to fuck my girlfriend? I'm not because I'm jealous, but because she keeps saying no. Okay?
Dick.
Yeah. Like, she keeps saying no. So the answer is no. So if she says he's not taking no for an answer, I'm going to break your face open. You know?
Got the rules down?
Yeah,
Good.
them's the fucking rules. You know? Man, I had another guy fucking, like, completely different dude, but, like, I had another guy at a convention, and I knew this cat. He was sharing a the hotel room with us, a girl I was dating at the time, he just dropped his pants in front of her and like asked for and wanted a blowjob.
Oh.
And I'm like, I wasn't there. I heard about it.
Because of course.
Because of course, you know, like he's not gonna do that when another guy's around. You know, but I was like, do you want me to kill him? Do you want
I'm
me
totally down with killing him.
Do you want me to make his legs bend the wrong way? You know, like, are you fucking kidding me? Like, I did corner him and threaten him. After she was like, no, don't do anything. And I'm like, oh, I'm gonna do something.
I won't tell you what it is.
I won't tell you what it is. I won't touch him. And I didn't. Because he was going to have to touch me first. Because then I could say, like, well, he swung first.
Self-defense.
Yeah, self-defense. You know, like, good God. Yeah, and that was the other thing. It's like, if the answer's no, because this is at the height of no means no, right?
Yeah.
You know, so it's like, no, that's the final word, you know, and that's actually why in like the mid 2000s, there was this whole like, well, I don't think no means no is enough. And I'm like, what are you talking about? What else is there to go on? No means no is not just to try to stop the guy. It's to tell everybody else that happened.
Yeah.
You know, so, so somebody could take care of business as opposed to having to play 20 questions.
Yeah.
You know, like so many, there were.
There's a
line.
It
didn't happen. There's a
it.
line and you crossed it. Now, now it's street justice, like,
yeah,
come on. You're not getting out. You are now not getting out unmolested, like,
yeah,
good Lord. Like, you don't even have to do nothing. You don't even have to, like, do nothing.
Don't breathe. Don't think.
Breathe. Don't think. Just leave. Just drop it. It's done. And if we have to enforce that, well, then I guess we do, like, oh, but what if the cops come? Well, then I'll tell them what happened and maybe I'll go to jail. Just the way it is. So that was fucked up. But then this guy was the topper, this third guy. I'm going to call him Andy. I think his name was Andy, but I can't remember for sure. Yeah, because, no, wait, it was Adam. His name was Adam. All right, I was close. So, Adam was in me and a girlfriend's vampire game. And when we first met him, he was like a cardigan wearing dork.
Okay.
After we had him in the vampire game because he was somebody's friend. He went hardcore goth, like within a matter of weeks, just absolutely hardcore. And it was like, and everything was okay because it was like, yeah, the look suits you. It's going well. Like, I think maybe having the vampire teeth is going a little too far, but like, whatever. I like that's not out of bounds.
Each their own.
Yeah. It's not out of bounds. It's just not what I would have done. And everything was okay. And then I started hanging out with this couple, Steve and Jane. Now, Steve and Jane were great. But Adam became obsessed with Steve's sister. Now, they were about the same age, so that wasn't an issue.
But if she didn't like him,
yeah, like she was very, very, very flirty with whatever guy would pay her attention to her. But what does that mean?
Yeah.
That don't mean nothing until you get to, that's not even first base,
Yeah.
That's just being allowed to walk up to bat, and they dated for about a week or two, and then she cut it off. And I was staying...
Probably with reason.
Yeah. And then I was staying with Steve and Jane for off and on. And he would just show up. And at first I was like, oh, I thought they weren't dating no more.
What kind of Steve Urkel situation do you have going on in this house?
Yeah. Like, he's just coming over, and it's just like, hey, Adam, did Steve or Jane or Stephanie call you over? Like, the hell's going on? And and he acts real weird, and then and he leaves this one time, and I'm like,
okay,
all right, that was odd. And later on in the night, I'm hearing like rustling in the bushes and shit, and I'm like,
he didn't leave.
Fuck is that? Yeah, right. But I didn't know that.
Christ.
Because all that would happen to me I would go out, look, everything would be cool, and I would assume it was like some dog or cat or something.
Yeah.
So I go away for a little bit, and then I come back to their house to, because I'm staying with them off and on, and he calls. And Jane gets mad. She gets super angry. And I'm like,
what'd he do?
What happened? And they're like, oh, it's Adam. And I'm like, what did he do? And she's like, what? Oh, you've been gone for a week. And I was like, yeah. And she tells me he has been stalking Steve's sister. And I'm like, stalking how? It's like he comes over here in the dead of fucking night, and I'm like, and then I told her, holy shit, last time I was fucking here, and I tell her that story.
Yeah.
I thought I was going crazy. I thought I was going nuts. And they're like, no, that was almost certainly him, because that's what he's been doing. He calls trying to like hook up with her again, but like he won't take no for an answer.
Jesus.
And I was like, oh my God. So I'm staying over again that night. He comes over. He does it again. And I run out, and then Steve runs out because he hears it too.
And you find him?
And we find him, and we're like, what the fuck? And then we're just like, we didn't really do nothing to him, but we definitely threatened to.
Yeah.
We definitely threatened to. I thought Steve was going to beat him to death. And I would have let him. Like, I absolutely would have let him, Well, maybe not to death. I might have pulled him off before that, but like, first couple of hits, hey, that's a freebie.
Yeah.
Hi, Massimo. We're talking about violence.
We're talking about what would justify a restraining order.
Yeah, no shit. Because I couldn't believe it because I was like, dude, one, you got. It got to the point where we actually said, if we even see you around here again, we're just going to beat the crap out of you first. Like, you do not even want us to see you at this point. So you don't come to this place. If you're going to be at one of the clubs, watch the fuck out. You know? But, like, I had never seen something like that before. Like, he's writing her, like, these crazy love letters.
Ugh.
And I'm like, dude, you fucking dated for a week. I understand being hung up, but what the fuck is going on?
Jesus.
Yeah, no, it was fucking scary. But it was weird because it's like, we're not scared of him, but this behavior is just
it's
weird.
unacceptable.
Yeah, so I felt kind of bad, like, bringing that, helping to bring that guy into the fold.
Yeah.
He tried to get me to get, like, Stephanie to talk to him, and I'm like, no.
Absolutely not.
Absolutely
she said
not.
no.
Yeah, she said no. Fuck you. Like, the hell is going on?
What's it gonna take to get you to stop?
Yeah, the last time I saw him, he did, like, just take off running. Because it was one of those situations where it was like, didn't we say if we saw you one more time, we was gonna fuck you up?
I guess it's time to get fucked.
Yes. Yeah. And Steve was fun. It was especially dangerous around Steve because he was not a violent guy.
But he wasn't afraid to catch a felony.
Well, he had a busted leg. And like he had a bum leg. And so he always walked around with this really heavy cane. And it's like, he walked around with
he was carrying a weapon.
Yeah. He had like one of those like Dracula canes, that had like a wolf on a metal wolf on the end of it,
Nice.
So, oh no, it was so cool. But like, it's one of those like, dude, he's going to beat you to death with that. You don't watch out, but I had never seen that behavior before. I was like, what, 19, 18, something like that. I hadn't seen it before,
Yeah.
And it still weirds me out because I'm like, no, stop it. Why are you fixated on this girl?
Yeah. What did she have? Beer flavored nipples? What the fuck?
Yeah.
Yeah. That whole like idea of stalking somebody, it weirds me out.
It does. Oh, how'd he get a bum? He's born with it. He's one of those guys. It was either a childhood injury or he was born with it.
Maybe he's born with it.
Yeah, maybe he's got.
Maybe it's spinal bifida. You never know.
I never know. Like I always kind of assumed he was born with it because I never really asked him. He just said he always had it. So it's like either really early childhood injury or he was born with it, like Lord Byron.
And, that just gives him an excuse to do like an appropriate Mad Max cosplay, and that's fine.
Yeah. Yeah, I really liked Steve. Steve was great. Man, first time I ever got threatened, physically threatened by a cop was with Steve. It was with Steve and Jane. We were in a fucking Denny's. Man. Holy, it was a cop too. Oh wait, I already said that part. Am I still friends with him? We lost touch. I actually have no idea what became of either him or Jane. Like, as far as I know, they like moved to like Florida or LA or something. I never saw him again. Like, I actually moved out of the area first, so and by that point I was busy like putting my roots in California, so I actually don't know what became of them.
But you mentioned starting, getting hassled by a cop
Mm-hmm.
in a Denny's. My dad, when he was the roadie for the Cramps, almost had a Denny's fight himself because this fucking hick asshole in Tennessee or wherever they were playing kept doing like circus must be in town. You look like a bunch of, whatever. And my dad just snarled and put one hand on the guy's shoulder and looks at me like, man, it's cool. It's cool. We get this all the time. Like, it's fine. My dad's like, no, I was willing to rip his fucking throat out. I really didn't care.
Oh my God, so many. God, how many times have I been in a fight in a Denny's? Let's see, one.
People talk about Waffle House fights, but Denny's is equal opportunity for throwing hands.
Yeah, twice I've been in a fight at Denny's. Another time I was in a fight at getting out of a movie theater, getting out of The Crow for the first time, actually.
Jack, it can't rain all the time.
Can't rain all the time. Yeah, I was actually like in full makeup too. It's weird.
Nice.
And then, but I missed the ultimate. There was this legendary fight at Denny's that was complete goth drama coming to a goddamn head.
Nice.
And the two guys involved, one was named, was it Randy or was he also named Adam? I think he was also named Adam, but a different
Settle
guy.
this fight while Bauhaus plays.
Oh,
it's the only way,
dude. Well, the other guy who was in the fight was Johnny Slaughter. Oh wait, was it Johnny Slaughter or Twisted Pig Fucker? I think it was Johnny Slaughter. I'm pretty sure it was Johnny Slaughter. Basically, Adam was the first guy one of the first goth guys in the area to open up a piercing shop, and he was not good. He had good people working for him. One of which was this girl
didn't know how to run a shop.
Oh no, he's a bad piercer.
Oh.
Like he fucked them up. Like he should not have been in charge, or he should not have been piercing people. He had a apprentice who was way better than him named Tashi. Now, Tashi was a great piercer. The only problem with Tashi is she's also a sadist. And if she liked you,
she'd give you a little extra
would
for
give
no
you
added
a
charge.
little extra. Yeah. To the point where it was sort of like, oh my God, that was the worst pain I've ever had. Ooh, Tashi likes you. You might want to see if that means she likes you,
The human equivalent of a Cenobite.
Yeah. Oh, I was so into her. I was so so young, I did not have the balls. Anyway, Adam, he had fucked up someone's labial piercing, I believe.
Yeah, no.
Yeah. And that got around. That made the rounds. That story made the rounds.
As it should.
Yeah, and there were two guys who were like, fuck that guy up. We're sick of him. Because he's also like a huge narcissist.
Always fun to deal with.
So there were two guys who were after him. One was I think one was Slash, the other was Johnny Slaughter. And those guys had reputations. Like, they would fuck you up.
And it was known by everyone.
Oh, it was known. Yeah, it was super known. Like Slash was a bodybuilder, first of all. So he's a big dude.
People you shouldn't be picking fights with 101.
Yeah. Johnny was crazy. One of the most infamous stories of Johnny Slaughter was the tale, this guy, Red Steve, different Steve, was like, yeah, this is why let me tell you why I don't hang out with Johnny no more. And it basically came down to this, where they were driving, Johnny was in the fucking passenger side, and all of a sudden he's like, Steve, stop the motherfucking car now. And Steve's like, oh,
Yeah.
all of a sudden, Johnny Slaughter leaps out of the car, pulls out his boot knife, and starts slashing the tires of this car, like next to them. It's parked, but it's like right next to them. He runs back into the car, and he's like, drive! And Red Steve goes, and that's the moment I realize it's a cop car.
Oh my God.
Johnny Slaughter had forced me to stop so he could slash the tires of a random cop car.
Yeah, that's not somebody to fuck with.
Yeah. That's not someone to fuck with. So, Slash and Johnny are coming into the Denny's, just as Adam, not the previous Adam, but a different one, is coming out of the Denny's. And you know how they used to have that Denny's airlock?
Yeah.
Okay. So, this
What happened in there?
So this encounter begins, and it begins like this. It's not a good, the bad, and the ugly situation. This is more of a Marcellus Wallace crossing the street moment.
There were no words exchanged. There was just a punch to somebody's face.
No. They see each other. They're obviously not expecting to run into each other. But they see each other, and before the recognition really sinks in to like Johnny and Slash, Adam pulls out mace, sprays them, and then bitch runs.
Ugh.
Now, Slash and Johnny are now throwing wild punches, hitting each other, and responding. Adam's gone. That starts happening. Security goes into the airlock, where the concentrated mace hits them in the face. And this fucking comedy of errors goes on for like 5 minutes.
Jesus Christ.
And I was like, I'm like, look, there is only one time and one incident in my life that made me wish that smartphones were a thing when I was a kid. And that is it.
Yeah.
I'm like, I would have fucking paid so much money to see this.
And see it again and again
and
and
again
again
and again. I'm just like, oh my God. But like, as far as I know, soon after that, Adam just skipped town.
Smart.
Yeah, very violent Three Stooges. And I'm just like, yeah, and I was told that story by Slash, and he was like, yeah, that wasn't great.
It was my best moment.
Yeah, that was not our finest hour. Oh my God. Like, and I keep getting comments like, what movie is this from? And I'm like, no movie. That happened.
This is a thing.
These are people I know. Like, this is the kind of shit that would go down.
Well, and there's just some shit you can't make up.
Yeah. I gotta tell you, like, if I was gonna do like a movie, like, that would absolutely be a scene in it.
Oh yeah.
You know, like some sort of like action comedy. I was like, oh no, I am totally fucking putting this in. So what happened to his shop after he skipped down? Did Tashi take over? Yeah, she did.
Good job.
Yeah, she took over for a bit, and then she eventually closed it down because I think she moved to L.A. or something. She eventually left. Also, like the goth scene kind of
died
and fell apart. Yeah, it was a lot. There was a lot more There's this. Oh man, I left right on time. I left right on time because you know how sometimes there's this like tipping point where the insanity goes from funny to tragic.
Yeah.
We apparently left right at the cusp of that.
Wow.
Because we were starting to get stories back of like shit that had happened, and we were like, what the fuck? Like, are you kidding? Like, not that really fucked up shit hadn't happened. Like, there was this guy, to be all new, named Fast Eddie. And Fast Eddie was nuts. Like, you know how I say, like, Johnny Slaughter was nuts?
This guy is 10 times
This guy
nuttier.
was completely gone. Like, I don't even know how to fucking describe it, so I'll just tell you what happened. He kidnapped his ex-girlfriend, tied her up, and in the basement of his apartment, and then said that he was going to kill himself in front of her.
Jesus Christ.
We were like, what?
No, we're getting out of here. Fuck this.
Well, eventually what happened is she got a hold of somebody, and somebody called the cops. And then he got drug off to jail, and he went to jail he did like either a dime or a nickel or a dime. I can't remember which, but he was in there for a few years. And some people were really worried that he would show back up again when he got out. But no, everyone had severed ties with him by that point. Yeah, he was bad shit. Like, it was really odd too, because he was one of those guys where everything would be okay until something
happened. Yeah.
Yeah. And you're like, well, what was it that set him off? Like the last guy you want to play the dozens with.
Yeah.
Because you do not know what's going to set this guy off. So in order to lighten the mood, I'll tell you the most pathetic one.
Okay.
So there was another dude named Ronaldo. Now, Ronaldo fancied himself a ladies' man. And the funny thing was, he actually wasn't bad at it. But he wasn't as smooth as he thought he was. There was this one incident. It's not the incident. There was one incident, just to give you an idea. Like, he would put on the whole, like, Three Musketeers shtick.
Okay.
He was into fencing, he had a big wide brim hat, like blah, blah, blah. And one day, one convention, he runs into my friend Ann. And Ann at the time was the little geek girl that everyone was like super into.
I was one of those girls.
Yeah. But at this one convention, she had a bee puppet on her hand. So he goes to kiss her hand, and she offers him the bee hand.
Aww.
And this is when we find out Ronaldo is deathly afraid of bees.
Okay.
He flipped out. Hey, thank you for subscribing, Amber G. Good to see you. Welcome to the Slut Pit. Hail Satan.
Hail Satan.
Satan. So he sees this people and he freaks out and does not recover. And I was like,
Okay.
can't handle a bee puppet. That's fucking funny. But here's where the real pathetic comes in.
You gave him the nickname the Bee's Knees?
No. I wish. I wish. I didn't think of that at the time. Yeah, Ronaldo, I hear you're the bee's knees.
Shut up.
Shut up, man. Shut up.
It's not funny.
Anyway, what actually happened, so he was like, Jerry Jenkins was like, after watching My Girl, I'd be deathly afraid of bees. He needs his glasses.
Can't see without his glasses.
Like, that was definitely one of those, like, I don't think that worked as well as you wanted it to. Anyway, he was staying, he rented a house with a bunch of other guys I know.
Okay.
One of those guys was engaged to a woman who wasn't shit.
Okay.
Screw her. I hated her.
Yeah.
She just wasn't shit. And she was not ride or die. She was ride and abandoned immediately.
Ugh.
So, but Ronaldo is like really super into her, knowing that she is engaged to his roommate, who's supposed to also be his best friend.
Go on.
He snakes this girl from under him and then leaves town. The friends are like,
that's weird.
That's weird. Where did he go? And then the landlord shows up and is like, where's my rent? And they're like, what do you mean? We gave you last month's rent. And he's like, last month's? You haven't paid rent for 6 months. He had stolen all the rent money.
Amazing.
To take out this girl who then immediately left him after the money ran dry.
Jesus Christ.
He then almost pulled a Fast Eddie on her. Almost. But instead, he fucked it up. He broke into her house, did not retrieve her, led the cops on a chase back to his place, his new place, and then got arrested.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
Definitely dealing with, the head of the brain trust here.
Yeah. And did a nickel. And I was just like,
come on,
man. And like, my friend, that was the moment he was like, fuck it, I'm moving to California. I don't need to be in this DC bullshit no more. I'm out.
Understandable.
My fiance wasn't shit. My best friend wasn't shit. Fuck this. I'm out.
And now it feels like everybody's kidnapping everyone else. Fuck this.
Yeah. And it was like, what the hell's going on, guys? Like, what are you doing? But yeah. It was sort of like, so it was like, well, there's Fast Eddie, and then there's Ronaldo, also known as Not So Fast Eddie.
E-boy.
Yeah. Like, that one I feel better about because no one was actually traumatized. Well, I
Yeah.
mean, maybe my friend was traumatized because everything that had happened, but like not,
Yeah.
not like Fast Eddie had done.
God.
Yeah. So when people are like, man, why is Gen X so feral? I'm like, dude. This is also why when people are like, no, do not rouse Gen X. Don't wake them up. Let them have their tea and like go to sleep.
Yeah.
They're old now and that's all they just kind of want to, they just want to sleep and occasionally like put on a Pogues album, like we're not,
Yeah.
we're not really looking to start shit anymore. So don't start nothing, won't be nothing.
Exactly.
Oh, what happened to them? They got evicted. They all got evicted. That was the other reason why my friend was just like, fuck, I'm moving to California. Like, he was already losing his house. He's already losing his place.
Jesus.
Yeah. And I'm just like, I'll say this. You know what I thought was super fucking funny?
Huh.
My friend's girl. Now, bear in mind, this is happening like the mid-latish 90s. Her name was Caitlin.
Always the Kates you gotta watch out for.
Her name was Caitlin, and I was like, you mean like from Clerks? Yeah. So, Jack, you're telling us a story about how a cop harassed you at Denny's? Oh, yeah, there's not much to tell. Steve was looking at this guy, and it was like 2 cops and 2 chicks, and I'm pretty sure they were either not really cops or they were cops doing shit they shouldn't be.
Or they're off duty.
Yeah. But this was looking like not just off duty. This looks like up to shenanigans. 2 cops showing up at a Denny's, looking a little amped up with girls that are dressed like prostitutes, like not good. Anyway, one of the guys is looking at Steve, and so Steve was looking back because he was just like, the fuck?
Fuck is this guy staring at?
Yeah, why is this guy staring at me? And Jane was like, Steve, are you okay? Because Steve was epileptic.
Oh, shit.
So he could have been on the brink of an episode.
Yeah. It's just this twat keeps looking at him.
Yeah, and he's like, as this guy's just looking at me, I don't know why. And then the guy just comes over immediately after Steve said that and starts threatening everybody, showing his badge around,
Yeah.
threatening to take everyone to prison, shit like that. Like, Jane is freaked out, starts crying because, oh my God, what the hell is happening?
Yeah.
I'm getting ready because I'm like, oh shit, I guess it's tonight.
Yeah.
Well, it wasn't a bad life. And then eventually they do eventually leave. But it was one of those like, what the fuck was that about?
Fucking cops, man.
Yeah. Yeah, Amber Jade, 37 in a row.
Try not to suck any dick on your way through the parking lot.
Yeah.
Get back here.
I was like, but yeah, like I love my buddy, but like I love my friend, but like, man, it's the worst taste in women for some reason.
Yeah.
That's the Denny's story. The other time I was threatened by a cop, he actually pulled a gun on me.
Wow.
Yeah. Because I had taken a leak in the woods, and those woods were near the church. And I'm just like, The fuck? I'm just
trying to take a leak, man.
I'm just peeing on trees, man. Like, I'm not like...
Just as God intended.
Yeah. Yeah, so when, like, people are like, oh, cops would never... I'm like, yeah, they do. What are you talking about?
Yeah, seriously.
You know, they just like to bully people, you know? Like...
Well, and
not sure, not all cops. I've had decent interactions with cops, but don't tell me that they don't as a matter of course.
Yeah.
You know?
No. My cousin's a cop, and he has the rule, you made me run. Now I'm obligated to fuck you up.
Yeah, I didn't even run. I was just there. I was standing there. You know? Like, I hadn't even finished zipping up.
Give him a quick flash and be done.
I had no idea what was up his ass. You know, like
Sometimes they're just on a fucking power trip.
Yeah, yeah. I think that was it. Like, there's some times when I'm surprised that church still stands. Because I will give them this, it got defaced a lot. You know, it was the Catholic Church and the synagogue, because they were right across the street from each other. So they wouldn't like put Nazi shit on the Catholic Church, but they would at the synagogue.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, no, we that area had a known like Nazi problem. You know,
punch a Nazi in the face today. Save America.
Save America. Yeah. So when people are like, "Oh, should we really be punching people in the face?" I'm like, "It's a Nazi. It's not a person. It's a big fucking difference." You know.
No, please punch them.
Yeah. You know.
You will find
I was
that they have punchable faces.
Cool with that. You know. Good God, you know. Oh my God.
Yeah.
Oh my God, you're so violent. You know, should we really be... Shut up. It's, as I like to say, that's how Granddad did it. That's how America used to do it. And it worked out pretty well. You know, good Lord. I didn't know where all that mealy-mouth bullshit was coming from. Well, maybe we really need to have a discussion. No discussion. Discussion's over. The minute a Nazi shows up, the discussion is over.
It's time to kick ass.
Yeah. It is now time to kick ass. And the whole thing was like, oh my God, it's really Antifa. And I'm like, no. It's not.
Really.
Not really. Like, do those guys show up and do stuff? Yeah, sure, but you're acting like it's organized. It's not organized. It ain't like the white supremacist guys. Those guys do it on purpose, and the problem is that they're bad at it. They're also bad at it. Antifa's actually good at it. They're just disorganized. They're just not organized.
Once
and
they
don't
figure out how to keep to a planner.
Yeah. And they don't want to be organized because that's how you get busted.
Nobody wants to be busted.
Yeah, no one wants to be busted. Like cops tried infiltrating Antifa and came to the conclusion, oh, this is not an organized thing. We're wasting our time because it's just such a shot in the dark.
Yeah.
Yeah, Nazis are the human equivalent of persistent butt rash. You know, like you know, no, most people don't even know what the fuck Antifa is. It's a bunch of people, usually independent cells of 3 to 5, who implement similar tactics. Maybe one group of people knows another group, but they don't really coordinate. They just show up. They just show up in order to fuck with fascists. That's it. Also when people are like, "Oh, they're wearing the uniform," and I'm like, "All black?" Yeah, that could literally be anybody.
Oh no. I'm in all black right now. I'm fucked.
I know. It's like,
well, technically it's a blue velvet shirt, but still I'm fucked.
Baby wants to fuck.
I saw this and I was like, immediately, this is mine. No one can tell me different.
One suave fuck, Frank. You are one suave fuck.
He put his disease in me. I mean, also, fun fact about the baby wants to fuck scene. Isabella Rossellini was not wearing panties and didn't tell Dennis Hopper.
I love Isabella Rossellini.
Good on you, lady.
I love her so much. Like, she's my kind of nuts.
But that surprised look on Dennis Hopper's face makes a lot more sense.
Yeah, because he's like, whoa.
Holy shit.
There's the bush. And Isabella Rossellini's like, I'm European. We feel a little bit, our artists feel a little bit differently about this kind of thing. Oh, you should totally see Green Porno. I love that series.
Actually, so it was a first date with this guy, and we decided to go to the Cleveland Natural History Museum. We didn't know what the special exhibit was going to be, and it ended up being like her animal sex show.
Yeah, the Green Porno.
Yep. And it was a whole exhibit dedicated to that. I'm like, if this isn't the best first date, watching her as different animals fuck. Yeah. No, that's perfect first date. Fuck you. I don't know. You want to make it like a crab later? Come on.
Oh, yeah. No, I love how nuts she is.
History of fucking weird ass first dates. Me. But even worse. Okay.
I was about to say, what's the worst one?
The worst first date. I was just finishing up with finals in high school. This guy wanted to take me to the movies really, really bad. And I'm like, fine, fuck it. I'll just go with you. I'm sick of, whatever. I'm bored. I don't have a boyfriend. This fucking sucks. Let's just go out. I ended up falling asleep with this guy in the movie theater, right? I was just fucking tired from exams. And I woke up when they turned the lights on in the theater. He fucking left me because I had fallen asleep in whatever movie we were in. I think it was like Alice in Wonderland. And I'm like, wait, he drove me here. I don't even know which theater I'm at to go home.
And it wasn't like he just got up to take a pee and it was taking a while or something.
It was like, hey, we're closing for the night. You need to leave. Great. Okay, I will figure this one out. Thank you so much. I have so many fucking, okay. I was dating a bartender. We will call him Ricky for this. And he had a brother that looked kind of similar to him. And they were living in a house together. So I put in the effort. It's the first time I'm sleeping over at this guy's house. And I may have bought some special sexy looking lingerie.
Okay.
And I leave this guy in the kitchen making cocktails, right? And I'm like, I'm going to go change into my pajamas. I'll be upstairs in a minute. And all I can see is like tuft of black hair behind the fridge. And I'm like, oh, he's getting something out. So I do the PJ Souls, see anything you like. It's his fucking brother who is making eye contact with me in my Victoria's Secret underwear set. And like, yeah, Rich went upstairs. And he's eating grapes. Like nothing's going on. And I'm like, oh, robe goes back on. I am so sorry. Run upstairs. And I'm like, your brother just made eye contact with me while I accidentally flashed him. Oh, yeah. I mean, not bad that he saw it. What answer is that? I don't really care that he saw it. Fuck you, dude. I care.
Not, are you okay?
Not how you feeling.
How you feeling?
Or
not even just laughing? Like, oh.
First time. I'm doing the deed. I'm like, oh shit, keep doing whatever you were doing. That feels good. And the guy said, and now I know. And I stopped. We stopped everything to go, and knowing is half the battle. G.I. Joe. I can't watch G.I. Joe without thinking of the first time I had sex.
But that wasn't
because
the
we
worst.
Stopped and did that.
That wasn't like the worst date.
No. The worst date was the guy that left me in the middle of fucking Oklahoma at a movie theater when I had no idea where the fuck I was and was asleep. I've had I had a guy take me out and he was being very nice in this little trip vacation we took. And then he's like, I want to take you out for dinner. He took me to fucking McDonald's. I mean, I dressed up. I tried to look nice. And then he pulls into the McDonald's.
Not even the Red Lobster?
I would have had Olive Garden and accepted that as like, this is going up. Nope. Took me to McDonald's. Could not understand why I was upset. Took me back to the hotel room. You know, there's no reason to be upset.
Wait. Nice. He has a hotel room, but he can only afford McDonald's?
I pelted him with chicken nuggets and left. Because I'm like, if you don't understand why this was a shitty thing to do, fuck you, dude. And I mean, like, I was yelling at him and, like, articulating my sentence by throwing nuggets at this poor fucker's head. And I got a 10-piece. Like, no, I don't usually have, like, a violent reaction, but this guy was already such a manipulative cunt of a man that it was like,
oh, geez.
I'm gonna take you out for dinner and treat you real nice. Here's McDonald's. Fuck you, dude. And you can take these chicken nuggets back. I was spending a weekend at someone's campground and like the people that had like a trailer spot across the way from us, we heard a drunken fight one night. And we were like, I'm like, man, you hearing this? He's like, yeah, just ignore it. But it's all like, I don't care that she's my sister-in-law. I'm in love with her and you need to listen to me. The next morning, there are cops and an ambulance and everything else. And apparently, this guy has alcohol poisoning sitting in a lawn chair. Like, man,
this is
if
the
I
neighbor?
could have a normal day, yeah. That was in this like drunken fight with whoever he was talking to. And I'm like, you know something? I don't think we need to come back to this campground again. You know? I've done so much weird shit. I have seen so much weird shit that it's like, man, I can't do this anymore. I like normalcy. It's either been really great or really terrible. There is no in between.
What's especially with some of these situations, because I'm like, well, look, if a guy says I gotta take you out to dinner, I gotta treat you real nice, and then takes you to McDonald's, that's who they are.
And it's like, it's okay if I have, hey, I want to take you to McDonald's.
Yeah, but that's not something you brag of. That's not like a.
You don't randomly
thing,
say, hey,
know?
Look nice, we're going out to dinner. It's McDonald's. Fuck you. I am worth more than that.
Yeah, and you probably would have been okay if you had to end up at McDonald's because, like, they lost the reservation or whatever. Like you said, Olive Garden would have been good enough.
I'm not a picky woman.
Wow.
But
I was a poor guy, but like I could do Red Lobster at least.
And it's like, no. And I can find like some of the most fun dates I had been on.
Yeah, Chili's. That would at least be something.
Right.
There's
Red Robin
booze there. Red Robin. Red Robin.
I had never been to a Red Robin, and it disturbed the guy I was with. So he took me one day, and I was like, okay, I guess I understand what that hype's about. I don't know.
I remember, oh God, for the longest time, me and the Countess, like, when we were feeling fancy, we were feeling super fancy, we would go to Sizzlers.
And now it's Longhorn.
Yeah, and well, at some point we were at the Sizzlers and we're like, man, this shit's gone downhill. I think we need to find a new place, like maybe an Outback Steakhouse or something.
Well, and my dad had a bad habit because of his job, we kept moving around. Stayed in Cleveland, moved to Texas, moved to Oklahoma, moved back to Texas, moved back to Ohio. But my parents, when they would take us to a steakhouse and then give us the bad news over a steak dinner. So you can't be that upset because you're out in public.
Wait, which bad news?
That we would be moving or...
Oh, okay.
So every fucking time they wanted to go out to the steakhouse, all of us are looking at each other and like preparing for a death sentence. And it's like, no, we just wanted to go out and be fancy for a minute. Oh, okay, thank God. We really thought you were going to pop another move on us. Shit. I could have died. Even worse, like my younger brother was, I think, 4 or 5 when we moved to Texas the first time. And at some point, he had like a little kid emotional mental breakdown. And my mom's like, what the fuck is the matter? You know, you're going to a new place. I know that's scary, but really, what's the matter? I don't want a horse. I don't want a gun. I don't want to call anyone marm. I don't want a school marm. And it's like, you really think Texas is just like everything you've seen in a Western movie? It ain't. Trust me, it ain't. But again, you know, oh, we're going somewhere fancy. Guess what, kids? Shit. We're all gonna die in Texas.
By the way, I found like one of the weirdest Midwestern restaurants.
Okay.
It's called Garibaldi's Mexican.
Okay.
Yeah. And they serve alcohol. And they had a drink there that horrified me.
What?
I don't know what it was called, but it was horchata and Hennessy.
Oh, those two things don't sound like they go together.
No, they don't. No, they don't. And it's one of those Mexican restaurants where you're like, I don't think half this shit is Mexican, man. And we found out about it because we were running this the Countess was running this game called Gallows Road, and it was very much inspired by Supernatural. So
Okay.
we were in a car, we were driving all over the place fighting supernatural things. And she always made it a point to find the craziest, like, restaurant in the city that we were supposed to be in. And she found this one. I think it was like in Tulsa.
God.
And the game came to a dead halt because we usually just look at the menu, figure out what our character would want, go from there. But this one was so bizarre that we just ended up horrified.
We're just going to leave.
Yeah. We're just done. Like the session is over because it came to a dead stop because we're like, horchata and Hennessy? That sounds vile.
That does not go.
Why would you do that? You know?
And there's a place in Ohio that they would always, like, if they did a pizza party at work for something, they'd always order from this place. And one of the pizzas looked fucking weird. Right? And it was the only one left, so I took a slice of it and I'm like, this tastes weird. It's sweet. They have things called dessert pizzas, and I just had a slice of peanut butter and jelly pizza. Peanut butter and jelly done up on a pizza crust.
Please no.
And I'm like, what layer of hell am I in that this exists? Because it shouldn't exist. This is quite awful.
Yeah, that's horrific.
Ugh. And there I am, like, is that like barbecue sauce? What the fuck is this? No, that's peanut butter and jelly. That's why I look so weird. Sorry. You didn't like it? No, I didn't like it. Jesus.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Yeah, now to make this whole thing like really confusing, it turns out there are a ton of Mexican restaurants called Garibaldi. So I don't
you'll
know
never know which one
I'll
you're
never
in.
know which one it is, which one it was again. Like for all I know, the motherfucker closed down. Because it's serving horchata and Hennessy.
Ugh.
Know what I mean?
Yeah. This is, yeah.
I got nothing.
Like, I'm not proud to admit this, but when I worked at a warehouse, every once in a while, you'd leave your shift and you'd go get shots at the bar because you had a rough time packing craft supplies, because that's what you did. And I'm like, this sounds like like their drink specials were up and they had something called the Tootsie Roll shot. Like, okay, what is that? I might be interested in something that tastes like a Tootsie Roll. And it was some kind of chocolate liquor mixed with orange juice.
Okay.
And I'm like, milk-based product in OJ means, oh yeah, it's supposed to be curdled. Fuck that.
Oh.
Fuck that.
Oh.
I'm like, yeah, no, I'm gonna just get my shot of Jack Daniels and my Coke and sit over here with the normal people.
Yeah. I would say so. I would say so. Oh, jeez.
It's supposed to be like that. Fuck that.
My stomach.
Right? Ooh. You can feel it. You haven't even like tasted it and you're like, already no.
No, we're good. We're good.
I think that's the alternate way a chest burster happens, okay?
Yeah.
That's not. If I want my innards to come out like Reanimator and strangle me, then I will do that. But other than that, no. No, thank you.
Oh, that's no good. Oh,
Yeah,
that is no good. Oh, man. Like, what? You always think bar rescue is a put on.
And then you see it in the
Then you
wild.
see then you see that shit in the wild, and you're like, oh my God, like the fuck? Like it's like that one bar that was like they created the hand grenade and then he sold the hand grenade and then he made the turtle, which was just basically
Yeah.
a
Another
fucking
hand grenade?
another hand grenade. And it was like, dude, you sold the hand grenade. Why? I mean, why'd you sell it in the first place?
Well, other people started doing it.
Yeah, because you sold it. You were the hand grenade guy. Why didn't you hold on to it if you wanted to keep making hand grenades? Yeah, I'm just like, how the fuck do
The amount of stupid shit.
The amount of stupid shit, like I don't understand.
You're making my brain hurt.
Yeah, because it's like, is the hand grenade like a hurricane? No. It is like kind of a daiquiri. It is a daiquiri, but it's lime and pineapple, and it's not as big. Like it comes in a glass
It
about
sounds
that tall,
tasty.
but it's like that skinny. It has a hand grenade bottom. It has a special cup, and yeah, it's like lime. It's like pineapple and lime. Yeah, it's pretty good. Yeah, it's pretty good. I prefer the hurricane because I like a challenge. Like, I don't care what anyone says. The smallest cup a hurricane should come in is 32 ounces.
There's no one wants a big gulp of liquor, you know? I don't think so.
Oh,
but Jesus.
One has to respect the hurricane. They named it right. Like, hand grenade's a little bit of an oversell.
Yeah.
It's a drink. You'll get drunk, but like,
not like boom explosion drunk like the name would
like
suggest.
the name would suggest. Yeah, like you need a few of those, but you only ever need one hurricane. Ever. Like within a 24-hour period, if you drink more than one hand grenade, like you're taking your life in your hands. Oh my God. And I say this from experience, so I know what I'm talking about. Holy crap.
I miss drinking. I do sometimes.
Yeah, sometimes I do too,
But I liked being the person that could drink 3 bottles of champagne and then be sober enough. You're drunk, but you're still like, oh, this person's worse off than me. I better go get him a blanket.
Yeah. All right. This is the hand grenade.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the hand grenade. Now, let me see if I can find the hurricane. Blah, 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 blah. Oh, they got them in frou-frou sizes. Fuck you. No. 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 In big gulp cup. Come on. No fucking around. They don't have any pictures of it in the big gulp cup.
Still,
now they have them in reasonable sizes.
Ridiculous.
That's bullshit. But I'll tell you what's in a hurricane, just so you get the idea. And remember, at one point, 32 ounces was as small as they came. I know this because I said, give me a small. Every time I said, give me a small, they give me a 32-ounce cup. Okay? Now,
Okay.
granted, this was back in the 90s. All right. It is rum, lemon, passion fruit, and lime juice, orange juice, passion fruit, puree, grenadine, and simple syrup. Now, they're underselling it there because the rum used, they don't make anymore.
Oh.
They don't sell anymore. Or
okay.
Most places don't sell it. You could still find it. And that is 151. And some of you are probably like, what the fuck is 151? 151 is 151 proof. Rum. Now, you're like, what's so cool about that? It's flammable. That's what's so cool about it.
Light that shit on fire.
Yeah. Now, in a hurricane, you do not light it up. Yeah, Bacardi 151. Bacardi don't make 151 no more. You got to find like an off-brand.
You're turning people into walking liabilities with that.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Like, how to put it? That's a drink. That's a drink. That's putting your liver in your hands, man.
The kind of drink you feel.
Oh yeah. It's I make there's a drink that I used to make at parties called the Green Inferno, which was mango juice, lime juice, pineapple, curacao, so be green, hence Green Inferno, strawberries, and then
nice.
You splash 151 over the punch bowl, so
and
you
light
light it on
up.
fire, hence Green Inferno. I credit that drink for Guru's previous relationship.
Aw.
You know, because a young lady named Lizzie, who was a fan, was in town, was actually going to college not too far from here. And we were like, oh, you should come over to the party. And
she did.
And she did, you know. And then she was like, what the hell are you making? And I'm like, this is the Green Inferno. Like, what's that? And I describe it, and I light it on fire. You know, we all do the Ooga Chaka for a minute. And then we start handing them out. And I'm like, here you go. Oh, yeah. The base was silver rum.
Okay.
Base is silver rum. So it's silver rum with 151 sprinkled on top of it. So kablam.
Yeah. My dad used to, when I was very small, make a drink that he would call the Blue Hawaii, which is however you make a Blue Hawaii. But then he called it a Blue Hawaii with Kentucky plates because he'd add Jack Daniels to it. And I just remember it like, oh, okay, you're drinking it straight out of the pitcher, my man. Okay.
I'm like, yeah, the Blue Hawaii is like, the main ingredient in that is curacao and coconut liqueur, if I'm remembering it correctly. Let's see if I remember it correctly.
Let's add Jack Daniels to the mix.
I don't know. I feel like that's not necessary.
It shouldn't be, but then my dad just really liked Jack Daniels.
All right, fair enough.
He sat me down when I turned 18 and was about to go to college for the first semester. And I did not do.
Yeah,
I
coconut
had-
rum, blue curacao, pineapple juice, crushed ice.
and add
And
a
a-
little bit of
and
Jack Daniels for
pineapple.
the hop flavor. But he sat me down and he's like, if you're going to be hanging around bands, there's no way you're going to be a wimpy drinker. So this is tequila. Take a shot. Oh, that's
Oh.
terrible. He sat me down and I was doing shots of tequila, whiskey, rum, whatever. And it's like, okay, can we not go through the mini bar today? I'm feeling really fucked up right now. Well, if you're going to be hanging out with bands, I just want you to be careful, know what you're getting into. Okay. I ended up taking care of everybody else. Thanks.
Oh man. I
Nothing like being a band mom.
Yeah, sometimes I miss booze. Sometimes I
But
miss
only
booze.
so much.
Yeah. Like the main thing I can still drink is gin. So it's lucky that my favorite drinks were the gin and tonic and the martini.
Gin and tonics are so good.
Because but like that's nice because they were my favorite. And for some reason, gin is not that bad on diabetes. Like you still don't want to like drink a bottle of it because like you
still can.
You will cause other problems before the diabetes becomes a problem. Rum, on the other hand, is like right out.
Yeah. I miss tequila sunrises too. I used to make those.
Yeah.
Those made everything palatable because it's orange juice.
Yes. Oh man. Well, welcome to our little alcoholic drug den tonight when we talk about booze and drugs, you know?
Yeah.
I don't like.
We don't have to talk about that. But we like it.
But we like
so
it.
We do.
Yeah.
Again, it doesn't work for everybody. But
look, I'm going to tell you one thing. I'm still not going to forget this. When I was at like was it Monsterpalooza or Son of Monsterpalooza? It was one of them. It was one of them. And I was in line to get a drink. And I think it was Michelle Ween came up to me and was like, what the hell, what are you doing in line? And I'm like, well, I'm getting a drink. And she's like, come over here. And I'm like, but I've been standing in line for like, no, get over here. I'm like, okay. I walk over to where she is. And it's one of those like pull out from under the bra kind of thing. A fucking fifth of fucking whiskey.
Nice.
And I was like,
oh, we're going to have some fun.
Titty whiskey. Okay.
Yeah, sometimes you just can't question what these people,
Mm-hmm.
I had a friend that you like, dude, how are we going to this show? Just give me your phone. Shoves it in her bra. Okay, well, I get to fish it out later.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Like no, Malcedon, that night really was like, shot. It wasn't even the most I had drank at like at one of those conventions. Like the one where I got like super hammered, we were hanging out with like the fucking Human Centipede 2 guy.
Oh yeah, cool.
Yeah, we're hanging out with him, and we're hanging out with some of the guys from Greasy Strangler.
Nice.
Oh my God. I do not know when I crossed the line.
There's like a moment where you go, this is my life.
Yeah, but
I'm okay with this.
We crossed the drinking line that night somehow. And I have no idea when it happened. I do remember that we went between two bars, the bar in the hotel and another bar that was within walking distance. So this would have been Pasadena. This probably would have been Pasadena. No, it was Burbank. It was Burbank. Yeah. So that would have been Son of Monster Palooza. And all I remember is what was her name? Stephanie. Like, when we got to the bar, she ordered a beer. And I swear to God, it looked like Das Boot. It looked like Das Boot from Beer Fest. And I'm sitting there going, is that just for you? Because, like,
I guess
she wasn't a small girl, but she wasn't, like, that big.
To be handling a
thing that tall, a thing of beer that big, and I'm just like, what? And bear in mind, this was bar number 2. This was the second bar, and I was already completely trashed.
Yeah.
And I'm just sitting there like, I have no idea what's going on.
This is fine. Greasy Strangler friends, come talk to me.
Talk to us. Yeah, like, well, I think by that point it was just like, at that point I think it was just people who knew Anthony, because yeah, Stephanie, her boyfriend, Carly, Anthony, a couple other guys, the guy from like Cavity Colors. And yeah, like, you know, like those, and what was it? Fuck. I forget the name of the store, but it's like something a go-go.
No. Okay.
Yeah, it's reminiscent of it was reminiscent of Monster a Go-Go, but that wasn't actually its name. It was a horror themed clothing shop. Holy crap. That was an evening. That was a fucking evening. Although I still will never forget Michelle Oween and her husband telling me about like what had just happened before she found me in the line and was like, get over here. Because they had just gone to like Panda Express or something, right? Yeah, it was Panda Express. And as they were going through the parking lot, this guy sees Michelle and her friend, and he just rolls down the window and goes, "Beaches!" Now, this guy clearly was mistaken when he clocked Michelle's husband. Because, and he had no fantasy knowledge, you could tell. Otherwise, he would have known he had just insulted the wife of a dwarf. I don't know how else to describe this guy. He was short, but not like midget short. This is a shortish guy, like 5'4", 5'6".
Okay.
You know, not that tall, but broad shoulders. You know, it was like someone had taken a 6'5" guy and just like condensed him down, and all the mass went to his torso.
And if he would have had a little hammer, this would have gone his way.
Yes. Like, and he was not a super svelte guy, but he wasn't like overweight either. It was literally like, guy's got triceps is what I'm saying. Shoulders, triceps is what I'm saying. Apparently, at this moment, in the blink of a motherfucking eye, because he's like also the Flash, apparently, he runs up to the guy's truck, opens the door, drags the guy out, and just starts wailing on him.
Nice.
Yeah, so like, no, he's built like an actual D&D dwarf. He's one of those guys where like, I looked at him and I'm like, I do not want that man hitting me. Ever.
He's going to make it hurt.
It's going to hurt bad. He's going to break something. You know? And plus, I don't know what I'm going to be able to do to him. Because first of all, if I hit him, I don't even know if he's going to feel it, right? You know?
Right.
But second of all, he's got leverage on his side. But I'm just imagining another one of those things I wish I had seen. Because I'm just imagining a short guy leaping up into this guy's truck, opening the door, and just throwing the dude out.
Yeah.
And then just bam. I'm just like, I like him. I like this guy. You know, because as we were hanging out with him, he was like real, like, you know, kind of quiet dude. You know, like, oh yeah, well, you know, I'm not gonna let something like that go.
Yeah.
You know, but like for the most part, he would let like Michelle do the talking. You know, and I was like, this guy's really sweet. You know, this guy's really nice. Don't kick your ass.
It's always the tiny ones that are like the best at fighting.
Oh, dude. I had no doubt about it looking at this guy. You know, because I had never seen someone who's built like that. Like, I thought I was in like, no, it really was like some dwarf walked off of a fucking like D&D cover, except he had no beard.
Ah.
Yeah, he's clean shaven.
Missed the opportunity.
Short hair, clean shaven, but like, you know, he's huge shoulders, short guy, you know, kind of, you know, stocky legs and like, just clearly kick your ass. And I was like, well, what happened? It's like, well, after his girlfriend like started screaming, you know, I put him back in the truck and told him to go.
You're not getting Panda Express today, buddy. Get the fuck out.
Yeah, no Panda Express for you, you piece of shit. Get out of here.
Oh gosh.
I'm like, oh man, I good thing he didn't like say something worse than bitches. I don't think he would have lived, you know?
Yeah.
We'd be talking to the cops right now, you know?
Yeah.
Oh my God. Yeah, it's too much. Those two are too much. I love them. It was funny though, because they moved from LA to Toronto. And I thought that they moved to Canada. He was like, yeah, I lived in we moved to Toronto. I've always wanted to live here. So I was like, oh, okay. So next time it was like, hey, how's Canada? She's like,
we're not in Canada.
We're not in Canada. And I'm like, but you're in Toronto. She's like, yeah, Toronto, California. And I'm like, there's a Toronto, California? She's like, yeah. Yeah, it's right.
New one on me.
Yeah, I didn't know that. Or was it, hold on, was it Vancouver?
Either way, it was the Canadian city that apparently doubles as a California city.
Yeah.
The low center of gravity helps. I agree.
Yeah. So, yeah, apparently there's like either a Vancouver or a Toronto in California, and I had no fucking idea.
Oh. The more you know.
Yep.
Do.
Yep. California vacation packages from Vancouver. Wait, nope. Hold on. Toronto, Canada.
United States.
Oh, maybe it was Ontario.
Oh.
Yeah, maybe. I think it was Ontario. you know, because
But still,
you know,
like,
there's an Ontario and Canada, right? You know,
yeah.
like, yeah. So she lives in Ontario now. She and her husband live in Ontario now, and yeah, which you know made more sense because that's still in the greater Los Angeles area.
Yeah. Nice.
Yeah, yeah, really, really cool. Man, I haven't been to a horror convention in so long. It's been what, 5
Me
years?
too.
I hate that it's been that long.
I need more.
Bastards. Yeah, yeah. Like I miss people. Like horror conventions are one of the few places where I felt like I belonged.
Yeah.
Like everywhere else I go, even in like science fiction and gaming conventions, I feel a little off. You know, because it's one of those like, yeah, obviously I'm into stuff that is here at comic and you know fucking sci-fi conventions, and even gaming conventions, but still it's that weird feeling of like
This isn't ours anymore.
I don't feel like a lot of the people who I don't feel like people get me at those places, and they certainly don't at anime shows. You know.
But anime shows are weird.
They are. They're
I
very
don't,
different.
and it's not like being mean to like people that go to them or people that watch anime. It was never really my bag. I used to go with my brother to the conventions though in Oklahoma because oddly enough, Oklahoma had enough market to have 2 different anime conventions. And then, the band started playing them. But it was always a little weird, and it only got weirder when I started cosplaying. And it's like, yeah, no, some of you people are making me feel real uncomfortable real fucking quick. What the fuck?
Yeah.
One of my cosplay costumes, because my boyfriend at the time requested it, was Yoko from Gurren Lagann. When I tell you, people made me so uncomfortable, all I wanted to do was go back to the hotel room and like curl up in a ball. It was the fucking worst. Also, I
Oh God,
learned
which
that
fucking costume of hers were you in?
I was in the shorts with the bikini top.
Yeah, that's
And
yeah.
because the bikini top was actually a little too small, I had to duct tape myself into the top.
Yeah.
And I learned that the soft flesh of a boob plus duct tape plus Oklahoma heat really fucking hurts. Learn that one quick.
Yeah, yeah, you need to be using like costume tape.
And I found out like, oh, well, I gotta do this on the fly. What do they have at the little general store at this hotel? Okay, I guess I'll make this work.
Yeah.
5 hours later, holy shit, my whole tit is on fire. Jesus Christ. And you don't think about it. But yeah, a lot of dudes that are like making awkward comments or they want to take a picture of you and they're doing shit that's just like, can I grab your boobs? No, you fucking weirdo.
What
Then
a
you shouldn't
thing to
dress up as
ask.
a character.
What a thing to ask a stranger.
Right. The one cool person was a dude that was cosplaying as Deadpool. And he's like, I'm shooting a video for my friend. Can you just stand at this booth and then I'm going to pick you up and throw you over my shoulder like a fireman and like run with you down the convention aisle? And I'm like, fuck it. You asked. Yes, nice. Let's do it. I have not found that video ever. But yeah, a cartoony like dude dressed up as Deadpool throwing me over his shoulder and like kidnapping me from the convention. And it's like, you were fine. Everyone else fucking weird as shit. Or even worse was when people didn't get what the fuck you were supposed to be doing. And then I hate this. Thanks a lot.
What do you mean?
I dressed up as the boy with the bat from Paranoia Agent.
Ooh.
And I had the roller skates on. They let me roller skate throughout the convention. And I'm like,
And
nobody got
it?
Everyone thought I was like that little kid from Earthbound. And I'm like, the fuck? No. I'm got the hoodie and the cargo pants.
I see the similarity, but like that's not where I would have gone first.
Exactly. And just say you don't know
Like you have
if you have that's fine.
You have a baseball bat and like that red hat and a hoodie, like, yeah, I'm gonna think Paranoid Agent first.
That's what I was going for, and nobody really got it. Also, at one of those conventions, there was somebody that had a booth, and they were selling like all this kawaii shit, and they were dressed up as Hello Kitty. So they have like a rave that goes on the last night of the convention.
Right.
And I see Hello Kitty leave, and I had to go to the bathroom. So it's like, oh, there's the exit door near the bathrooms. Great. I find out it's like a maybe mid-50s man inside the Hello Kitty costume because he's dying from the heat.
Oh.
And getting a like sip of water, taking out the hat, and I'm like, this whole time, there's a dude who is Hello Kitty. This is like seeing like the Wizard of Oz behind the curtain.
It's disturbing.
And then it's like, hey guys, do you know that Hello Kitty is a dude? What? Yeah, the Hello Kitty, seller? Yeah. It's a dude. He's right there in the hall. And I remember
Paranoid Agent is an obscure anime, though? It shouldn't be.
It was on the Adult Swim.
Yeah. Like, they translated it and brought it to American television.
But I gotta say, I was proud of my older brother. He dressed up as Lupin the Third, and everyone recognized him.
Well, that's good. I have to ask, did your bat have the bend in it?
Yes.
Oh. Well, then they really had no excuse.
I took a heat gun to a wiffle ball bat. And that was my bat.
Good Lord.
The only one that I think went over worse or had people who were extra creepy, the year Scott Pilgrim came out, I dressed up as Ramona Flowers. And there were some people dressed as Evil X's, which was great for photos and everything. And then, like, I got weird messages from these guys later. Like, hey, you're the Ramona Flowers cosplayer. Remember I put my arm around you? Yeah, I do. Thanks. I no longer want to have contact with you. Oddly enough, the guy I ended up dating came up last. And he's like, I heard Ramona likes bass players. And I turned and I'm like, holy shit, there's a dude that's dressed up with Scott Pilgrim that has a bass. I didn't realize he was actually in a band that was playing the convention at that point. And then he like gave me the flyer for his show. And I'm like, holy shit, you're dressed up as Scott Pilgrim and you're in a band. This is the best.
Yeah, well, Paranoid Agent's not that obscure. It's on Crunchyroll. Like, as we speak. It's also on, the place that fucking, you know, they bring things to your house when you order them from the Amazon.
Yeah.
It's also on Prime. You know, you have to rent it from Prime if you don't have Crunchyroll, but like, huh.
Yeah, apparently obscure.
Huh.
Okay.
Yeah, well, I'm also, then again, like, yeah, sometimes I'm just not a good judge of these things, because, like, when it comes to anime, it comes down to, all right, how far up the weird shit-o-meter is it?
Yeah.
You know, because on a scale of 1 to 10, it's got to at least be a 5.
It's got to be kind of out there.
Yeah. Yeah, it's got to be kind of weird, you know? Which to me is like, was the whole reason you watched anime, right?
For something that you don't usually see.
Yep. You know, but then I guess There are people who are just really into Rurouni Kenshin, and that's it.
Oh, and the Inuyasha cosplayers. Ugh.
Oh.
No offense to anybody that is actually cosplayed from Inuyasha, but y'all are annoying. A little bit. A little fucking bit. Well, actually, I'm this character from episode 16, but I understand why you got confused. Fuck me, dude. Just shut up. I said I like your costume. Now leave me alone. But oddly enough, dressing up at a horror convention ended up being like 10 times more fun.
Well, yeah,
I went
because
as
like
Showtime
you go to
Baby, and
yeah,
like,
you go to a horror convention, like everyone's seen everything. You know,
and you can have a good conversation with somebody over, wow, you like the Faster Pussycat Kill t-shirt. Well, let me tell you about it. And I'm like, fuck yeah, tell me everything about it.
Yeah. Like I don't know how to say it. Like, no, horror people just watch more shit in their genre. You know, and that's one of the problems. Not to, once again, I'm gonna bitch about TikTok.
Oh,
because
please.
I tried to get involved. I tried to like hook into horror talk and be like, yeah, okay, horror people on TikTok.
Horror talk is awful.
No, it's some basic bitch shit.
It's very annoying. And I mentioned the thirst shit before. So you get the horror people that are like, ooh, Ghostface is sexy, blah, blah, blah. And I hate that shit. But, and because I'm in the subsection of like Harlan Ellison rants, there are people that have crushes on Am. I could repeat it, but I don't want to because it feels like a sin to say. And I'm like, the same people that are doing like all this, like, oh, I like Ghostface, I like Michael Myers, and the killer computer from this one book, and like, no, don't skip past the last one. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Like, Am is.
He would torture you, you stupid fuck, and it's a computer.
Yeah, there's no. It has no sexual desires whatsoever.
Doesn't work.
Yeah, does not compute.
What the fuck is wrong with all of you?
I'm like, do you just like Harlan Ellison's voice? Because
I can understand that.
Yeah.
No. And like making arguments, and it's like, you cannot fix these people. You are all fucking crazy.
Yeah. Well, actually, my biggest like problem was every time I like was on like a TikTok, a chat and a TikTok live, and there was some like horror talker on there. I would ask, they would have the most, they had seen the basics, right?
Yeah.
Like they had seen the basics, but like I found myself going, anything, but I would ask like, what's the craziest movie that you've seen?
Tetsuo the Iron Man.
That's a valid answer. That is a valid answer. So when it comes back like Texas Chainsaw 3, actually it wasn't even Texas Chainsaw 3. It was always like Dream Warriors. And I'm like, what? Don't get me wrong. I love Dream Warriors, man, but that is not the craziest fucking horror movie that has existed.
This is why you guys are going to keep sitting at the kids' table at Thanksgiving.
Yeah, like that's kind of how I felt. You know, Tetsuo 2 Body Hammer. Once again, valid answer.
But okay, like I know
Ichi the Killer, also a valid answer. You know, but I'm sitting there going like, really? Like, these are like just the movies everybody knows.
Right.
You know? And then for some reason, Horror Talk hated Immaculate, where I was like, I can't trust anything you guys say.
But okay, what's your favorite? You know, I love these guys that ask, what's your favorite horror film? And then like, oh, dude, I like Maniac.
Yeah.
Dead silence.
Yeah. Like that, once again, valid answer.
What's a great wild animal horror movie? Humanoids from the Deep.
Humanoids from the Deep is a good one.
Grizzly.
I like, well, if we're talking about pure quality, I go with Grizzly. If we're going with pure what the fuck, Humanoids from the Deep.
But of course you're going to talk to the people that give you Jaws.
Yeah, and I'm like,
because that's easier.
It's easy, you know. Like, yeah, everyone's seen Jaws. We've all seen Jaws. Jaws is great, but that's not. You're not telling me anything.
But please tell me how Hellraiser
Yeah, ooh,
really
Razorback.
messed you up.
Razorback. That's a movie.
But the people that are like, well, I really thought Hellraiser was my first introduction to really scary horror, and I found it very disturbing. I have a box, an empty box of Girl Scout cookies just to save in case I get the chance to meet Andy Robinson because I want him to sign it. Would you like a cookie, little girl? That movie is silly as fuck. Shut the fuck up. Even with the kink demons. Shut the fuck up.
I always wanted to it's not much of a costume, but I always wanted to walk around with a really good LaMarchand's box replica and just walk up to people and be like, "What's your pleasure, sir?"
That would be fucking amazing.
You know?
Shit. Even right now, my son has decided that for Halloween, at this moment, it keeps changing. He's wanted to be Willy Wonka, and then he decided he couldn't be Willy Wonka because he's too short. Then he was going to be an Oompa Loompa, and I was going to be Willy Wonka. He's told me all this. And within the last couple days, it's been, I want to be a Martian warrior from Mars Attacks. He loves Mars Attacks. Thinks it's silly as shit. Loves it. He's got a door hang of a Martian warrior bursting through his door. He loves it. So then it's like, as a mom and as someone that likes to go to horror conventions, I'm like, how can I make this fun for both of us? They have the alien lady's dress on Amazon for like $60. And I'm like, I don't care if no one gets it. I am buying that thing and walking around with my little Martian son.
Oh man, they actually have some decent Mars Attacks masks that aren't very expensive.
Yeah. So it's like, something, son, out of all the costumes you have decided that we should all do. Another favorite was, Mom, you be Peach, I be Mario, Josh can be Donkey Kong, Sam can be Luigi, and Grandpa can be Bowser.
Ha!
And it's like, you're casting everybody correctly. I can't be mad at this. Go right ahead.
Aww.
Right now, he wants to be a Martian or a killer clown. And I'm like, I am fine with either of those things. As long as you're shorty. Come on, honey. You have to say, put up your dukes. Put up your dukes. Otherwise, no one's going to know who the fuck you are. Okay? Really likes killer clowns. I actually have his little cotton candy gun on my bed.
Oh, man.
But I don't feel like grabbing it right now.
God. What's going to do for Halloween this year? I actually haven't thought about it.
Oh, shit. I should probably tell you. So, he got this. My brother has a cotton candy gun from Killer Clowns. Has had it for a while. And my son kept stealing it. So, I go to this video shop and they have one for sale. So, I buy it for my son. And Tommy, immediately, I've got the cotton candy gun. I'm going to start turning things into cotton candy. So he starts dragging out pillows and stuffed animals from his room into the living room. I'm like, hey, buddy, you building a fort? What are we doing? No, I just need to find a place to put my victims. I'm like, you're what? Yeah, these are all the people that I turned into cotton candy. So I'm trying to store them in the movie. I'm like,
oh my
keep it in your room.
God.
Keep it in your room, for the love of God. I love you.
Oh my God. That is great.
Where can I put my victims? Fucking anywhere, dude. Put them in the bathroom. I don't. Okay, you piled everything up in the tub. I'm shit. I don't know if I'm doing a really great job or a really shitty job of raising you. Either way, I love you.
Ooh, how much is this bat? What's this bat creature mask look like? The only problem I have with masks is I like them to be able to like move for the most
That's
part.
actually like one of the cool things about this one Mars Attacks mask. I'm sure they'll have it again this year, but it had a like part that stayed on your chin, so it would open and close correctly. And I'm so down for that. Please let us do the Mars Attacks.
Latex prosthetic appliances, how to make foam, latex prosthetics.
Remind me of the Flintstone special where they meet the Frankenstones. Their youngest is digging graves in the cellar. Yeah. I gotta say, it's very on brand for me and my kid for him to be like, no, if I'm playing Killer Clowns, there are gonna be people paying.
You must pay. You know what? Maybe this is the year. Maybe this is the year I actually try to make my own foam appliances. You know,
It can be fun.
yeah. Okay. Yeah. Oh man. Oh man, it's been 4 hours. Holy shit.
Nice.
Yeah. I should probably let you go. I do have things that I have to do tomorrow. So,
Okay.
and for you, it's probably like 2 in the morning.
2:40.
2:40. All right. Whew. Well, once again, thank you for coming down. Like,
Thank you for having me.
Love talking to you.
Love talking to you too.
Yeah. And for all of you, I want to double thank Yishify and Flashman, and thank you once again. Thank you for the donation. I want to thank you all for coming down. I'll let you know if I'm streaming tomorrow, but I will definitely be streaming on Wednesday. So until then, Ave Satanas Disco Inferno. Remember, Satan and I love you all very much.
I love you too.
Night.